battle in style.
Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile v4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has two firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of v4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of v4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and two passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has two main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats two players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of v4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky Soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new Firearm Combat Power System, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates, and that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time. Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky Soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erengel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new Firearm Combat Power System, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates, and that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0, will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the smart assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the smart assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you!
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resident Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile v4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of v4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of v4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
We are back with a brand new day, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall 2025, and we're here still with you for day number 2. My name is Circla, together with the amazing Choo Choo. But I'm not sure if Choo Choo can hear me or not.
Yeah, I can't really hear you yet for now. I'm gonna fix this for now. But before that, also thank you so much, Sir Club, for the amazing opening as always. But before that, we have to thank none other than our sponsor. That's gonna be Techno, because we are taking all this to another level with Techno, the Techno Power 7 Ultra 5G, as the official gaming phone for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. It supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth, competitive gameplay, and it's a 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with 144Hz refresh rate, pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. A 6000 mAh battery that can last you so long, with 70-watt ultra charge and 30-watt wireless charging. This isn't just a phone, this is the future in your hands, and none other than the PUBG 7 series. So speaking of today, Cloud, I cannot respond to you yet, I'm fixing it, but at the same time, speaking of which, we have 7 maps for today, and we already also reminded you guys yesterday, which we do have 2 Rondo maps as the start of today.
Yep, I know, Choo Choo, you are listening to me very late also. Same goes for me as well, but we will make do as we allow things to be better soon. Just like how you all can be better with the super smooth update of the PUBG Mobile version 4.0 that will allow you to play with much higher frame rates. In case you guys have had this issue before, this is where the version 4.0 will put an end to all your concerns. Not only that, device overheating issues or taking too much power, it can all be resolved with this new update of the PUBG Mobile version 4.0. It's available right now, so make sure you update.
And also we have the latest version 4.0, the spooky Soiree is already on the way, guys. So get ready for new gameplay and epic IP collaborations unlocking by tomorrow, where big surprises are dropping this September and October. Well, you know Halloween is going to be 31st of October, so don't miss out and stay tuned for more spooky fun, even spooky cats, I think, maybe.
And this is the new IP collaboration with G-Dragon and also PUBG Mobile. But not only PUBG Mobile, it's also PUBG PC. On the September 10th, it will be revealed. And on console, September 18th. And for mobile specifically, will be September 19th. So it is coming really, really soon. Make sure you stay tuned for this, because I'm sure a lot of you are fans of K-pop and also G-Dragon. So ladies and gentlemen, don't want to miss out on that.
And thank you for production crew, by the way, for helping me temporarily solving the issue. But speaking of which, okay, I know we have a lot standing on YG this time. Also for our other casters channel like Krim and Stalker actually going for GG. I do agree when it comes to GG as well. Yesterday their performance has been amazing. And we don't see a lot coming up from Burmese Gold yet, as Sammy actually count that one in. So I'm looking forward, can Burmese goal finally show us some strength, because yesterday we saw a lot of a Nexus, Vanguard, and a bit of KHI as well when it comes to the chicken dinner. But for today's schedule, where are we, Cloud?
Yes, we are today on day number 2. So we are still at the group stages, whereby we will feature the 20 teams. So it will be divided into 4 teams per group, and each team will be playing 16 matches throughout the group stages. From there, it will be a round robin, and we will filter through the best 16 teams to be in the Super Weekend this weekend, starting from Saturday. And in the Super Weekend, there will be 6 matches being played on day 1, and day 2, it will be the Smash Rule. And if you want to know more about the Smash Rule, this is it.
Yep, and speaking of the Smash Rule, by the end of the day 1 Super Weekend, which going to be Saturday, the number 1 ranked team will set the match point based on their total points of the entire day plus 20 points. And in day 2, which going to be the Sunday match of Super Weekend, teams will need to reach the match point to be eligible to win. And after they reach that match point, they will instantly get themselves, after they got chicken dinner, they will instantly get themselves Smash Rule implemented.
And here is the prize pool that they will be fighting for, a total distribution of $40,000 divided in the league stage and also the grand finals. During the league stage, where we are at, the first place will take home $2,400, second place $1,600, third place $1,200, and just trickles down all the way to 20th place. That will bring back the minimum of $100. But it also means that everybody will take home something at the end of the day. That includes the grand finals as well.
But for today, we're starting off with 5 groups in total yesterday, but we only have 4 groups of rotation for each of the map. So when it comes to the first map of the day, we won't be looking at Group D yet. Time to quick, ATS, CTS, and KHI will not be playing for the first map, because our rotation starting off today will be Group A, B, C, and E. But all the heavy hitters, I have to say, are actually playing for our first rondo map here today.
Oh yeah, the heavy hitters, right? So who's here? We have GG, we have Osja, we have also like a Nexus Vanguard as well. So a lot of big boys here will be playing inside of Rondo. And before we head on to our match, of course, we got to recap a little bit on what their current performance is like. And currently, Yangon Galacticos is placed at number 1 with 63 points, followed by GG, 56 points, Nexus Vanguard at 41 points, Osja at 37 points, followed by KHI at 36 points. So that's the top 5 there. However, of course, because we're still at the group stage, day number 2, the whole objective right now is to be in the top 16. So teams on page number 2, this is where we need to observe.
Yeah, but especially when it comes to K1J, Team Max, unfortunately, I mean, there's a lot of fan base for Team Max, and they are last season, the summer season, 3rd place winner as well. So we have a lot of expectation when it comes to them rising up the game for today's matches. Also, when it comes to the last page, they have to put whatever it takes to push themselves upwards. Just a recap so far, Rondo map yesterday only won by Osja Esports. Will we actually have the same winner again, or we get to see new faces for today's chicken dinner?
Well, Osja is playing this round, so maybe they can be the one to be the king of Rondo. But we're going to recap a little bit on the performance of Yangon Galacticos being the number 1 team. And they did score a chicken dinner in one of the Irango matches. This is part of the highlight. They had to manage 2 teams at the same time. One of them happened to be Nexus Vanguard, and another team that came up behind it was GG. It was a 2v3 situation, but they still won that, and they locked in their chicken dinner in that match.
And for YG, I say there are some maps that kind of have a bit of a roller coaster ride, but for this one, it seems like they can, after have a bit of a break in between the matches, they did actually come back afterward with such a sublime performance. Now that's the difference between world champions compared to the teams that never get to expose themselves towards the world stage yet. Recovery at time has been super fast compared to all the others.
Yep, and the recovery continue here because consistency is going to be key, as we will not 6 matches, ladies and today, you're going to get X bonuses. You're going to get to see matches being played here today. 2 Rondo matches as our opening, followed by 4 matches, and we are going to end the day with only 1 Miramar. So it's going to be extra time today. I hope you guys are ready at home.
It's a bit wonky when it comes to the map rotations, like 1 time Rondo, 3 Team Miramar, and suddenly it's 2 Rondo, 4 Erangels, and 1 Miramar. But we don't see Sunhawk, which means Sunhawk gonna have to say goodbye for this season as an overall. But I'm not completely getting Rondo, which have very different mechanics. We have the recall tower. Only if the EMP blast is there. So far we haven't.
Yeah, it is there, but so far, like any of the teams, so maybe it didn't really like show up for us. But showed up was the Rondo stun gun, and that was used in one of the final moments yesterday's Rondo. That was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how Mango can be not the usual Mango that we know of. Can be very brutally scary. Yeah, I love the fact the stun gun yesterday as we highlight with a punch by enemy. So I wish when it comes to 2 maps of Rondo today, we get to actually see more action when it comes to the stun guns, when it comes to, you know, the SMG of the JS9 in action as well. Also, we haven't seen the multi-flight path, the 2 flight path that yesterday we only had 1.
Yeah, I guess in the esports mode, there's only 1 flight path. So maybe unless all of a sudden today it changes, maybe they want to keep the surprise for us, right? So we will keep an eye on that because we have 2 rondos to watch at the start of the day. So maybe 1 rondo is as such, second rondo is as such, who knows, right? So that's where you guys at home will need to stay tuned with us and see what kind of surprises will Rondo bring. And not only like the things that we have mentioned earlier, right? Like inside of Rondo, there are areas that are destructible as well. So if you bring a vehicle and you happen to crash into certain walls, those walls could be taken down. So it's one of those new mechanics that you don't normally see in like other maps here. That's all in Rondo.
Yeah, and yesterday we get to see some players actually shovel their way to dig into a hole. But I don't think we can dig that deep. Probably like maybe 2 terrain or 2 blocks maximum for the digging. But it can actually be used at a certain special occasion or certain special situation where they don't have a barricade. They might need something to have a surprise element into it, to have a bit of a ditch to take themselves covers on, which is usable when it comes to Rondo. There's so many engaging small technical things that they can actually be done in Rondo that there's no right or perfect way to actually play in this map.
Yeah, I guess the meta is also starting to shape, right? Like as teams play, as they go by, they're starting to see, oh, okay, you can do this, you can do that. You should do this, you should not do that, and so on and so forth, because there's so many considerations, especially with the recall. Do you want to take non-stop fights just because you can recall your teammates? And then when you need to recall your teammates, it's only available in certain spots in the map. And that's where what we saw yesterday, right? Like some recall spots, to the best of my memory, in Stadium, there was one. And a lot of teams actually went there. And then from the intention of like, you want to revive your teammates, you go there, you have to fight other teams as well.
That's one of the many reasons why a lot of players actually we saw yesterday as well that take the first drop around stadium area in case there's clashes of dropping spot. So if that's going to be the case, they can easily just revive, but at the same time there are limit to it, if I'm not mistaken, for your revival here. And at the same time, it also means a huge challenge for the players. If they don't wipe out the entire team, that team will come back and bite you back in the neck later on after they're being recalled. So that's a lot of equation they have to put into their mind for the players to make sure that if you are to engage with the team, you have to find all 4 players. If not, they will hunt you down later on.
Oh yeah, yeah. You have to finish up the job, right? If not, it could be a revenge moment, a revenge arc by those players that are still alive as they recall back their teammates, get back onto the battleground. They see, you were the one that eliminated me. Okay, now it's time for revenge, and that becomes something. But also another feature because of the recall, right? Teams are able to gain a lot of elimination points. Like how we saw YG yesterday, they scored more than 20 elimination points, even though they didn't score the chicken dinner. So even if that player is being recalled, but another player eliminates that player before it's being recalled, the point still counts as 1 point. So I guess that just gives a lot of motivation or more motivation for the players to just go and take fights.
That's kind of true, and also it also gives so much opportunity for teams. Like this is where the opening yesterday, YG showcased to us what the power of recall can contribute towards the teams that did not need those recalls. They can gain more eliminations. I think it was 20-ish elimination coming up from YG yesterday, and within that one map, they stretched the gap of the points. Despite some maps they didn't play yesterday, and some map didn't perform well, they managed to actually maintain their statue just because of all those eliminations coming up from those recall by other teams. Kind of give them the big push since the start. So it's sort of a double blade thing going on when it comes to the recall towers, but it also gives so much room for other teams to actually give the gap straight off the bat to make sure that they have the lead as the start of the day.
Oh yeah. So, and we'll be playing 2 rondos, right? So you can create that big lead with the 2 rondos. The opportunity is there. It's presented to the teams, to the players. Now, whether they want to take it or not, or have they really refined their strategy to like, in rondo, this is how you play it, because it's very different as compared to the other maps, just because of these features. Not so much perhaps on the map itself, but it's more on the features. And of course, the key feature that brings in the points is the recall feature, like how we have just discussed, right? So that is something that we want to see, and I believe that would take shape as we play more rondos in this tournament. And throughout this season, of course, today we'll get to see rondos, tomorrow as well, and throughout next week until the grand finals, I'm sure it will still like shape itself. Maybe even we will see like new weapons being used as a meta just for this map.
Oh, we saw a micro Uzi yesterday. I'm not complaining. I miss that Uzi plays. It's been like, 2-3 years last we had meta for micro Uzi plays. So, I mean, like, why not bring back micro Uzis? I miss that. Put that DBS back in an airdrop. I'm not complaining. But I think a lot of our viewers, I mean, sometimes I do have a glimpse on the chat as well. A lot of you guys like, why YG is not the PMSL? Why YG is this and that? Yeah, they are the world champion, but this is where the lobby of the world champions made. There's a difference between the PMCL, the Challengers League, and also the PMSL, because there's both coming up from Southeast Asia region, but it's such a huge region that it's supposed to be divided into 2. I think there's a 4 region coming up from this one. It's going to be Myanmar, Cambodia, we have Philippines as well. Now we have the Brunei's as well, because if I'm not mistaken, last time we had this sharing between the Singapore and as well as Brunei when it comes to the World Cup region, right?
Yes. Glad that you brought that up, right? That also kind of reminds me that this is also, besides like the 2 Brunei teams coming here in the PMCL, it's also the season where we don't see the Singaporean teams. And this is also the first time in this level of the tournament that we don't see any Singaporean teams. I remember back then when it was like PMPL, MYSG, when we still had Singaporean teams, and then the region kind of shifted, and then they were still there until this season. Unfortunately, we don't see them. But hopefully we get to see more Singaporean teams moving forward. And not only that, like Timor-Leste as well is in the same bracket as the wildcard bracket too. So hopefully we do get to see a Timor-Leste team in the PMCL as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for that. Also, maybe even some Sri Lankas too. Because the thing is, it's divided. I love the fact that it's kind of a divided regions because we get to see all different plays. when it comes to each of a representative from PMCL, PMFCL, and A or PMSL, each of the regions. If you see it coming up from the Challenges League, they have very unique interpretation of the game itself that we don't get to see a lot for all the other regions. I love for us to actually retain that uniqueness coming up from PMCL too.
Yes. And the PMCL is definitely growing, right? Because of the achievement of Yangon Galacticos winning the PMWC2. So it's great. It's great to see the PMCL continue to grow. But we're going to get back onto business, of course. Those are future predictions. Now we're going to talk about the present, where we're jumping onto our first game. It's going to be in Rondo. We're going to play 2 Rondos back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you get ready. The meta might shift this time as from what we have seen yesterday. So let's see what kind of changes will it be in Rondo.
We're getting into the 8x8 kilometers with multi-seasonal places when it comes to this map. And what unique about this, I love the Oriental Classic that we have. We don't see a lot of players actually playing around the bamboo area. I hope we have a different circle this time, but it's still going to be a one flight path only coming up from the area of Kunsha that's going down all the way towards Fongtun. So that's going to be quite a generous flight path, not really precisely in the middle, but a bit of a long journey if any teams want to go around Rinjiang or around Tin Long Garden area. I'm happy with any circle except for Jadina City because it's just too big to have an urban warfare.
Yeah, me, we think the same. But if we have Contra here on the desk, he'll be like, he wants Jadina City.
I hate
and
that. I hate Contra.
I know, right? And then when we'll be looking at him, it's like, you can have your own tournament, Jadina City, all the way. Okay, you can have your Jadina City. You can have your Lost Learners. Yeah, take it. It's okay.
But I have a feeling maybe Australia Esports will have some slight boost of confidence because yesterday they did won the chicken dinner in the first map Rondo yesterday. Can they repeat? Oh, please no. Why whenever we say no, the circle will bring us there. But high chance it's going to be Tuling. Now, Tuling is going to be super interesting because it's a very high ground and some are a major city as well. And it's heavily comprised of a lot of good buildings there. But please no Jadina City. But at the same time, Tuling, if you actually got it right, can actually foresee the teams coming in. You might actually farm those elimination. But we have a Nexus Vanguard here. And this might be the first blood going on very soon.
Superboy alone. Not really alone though. His teammates are around, so it's okay. But who's going to pull the trigger first? ATSX, they do have a high ground advantage. But Superboy, yesterday he pulled up a very strong performance. He also became the MVP when they scored the chicken dinner as well. So definitely a key player for Nexus Vanguard. It's important for them to keep him alive. As for Monboy 2.0, we'll get back onto him later because right now Superboy is in action. Going in for the chase onto Extreme and Extreme. Gunned down by Joji from behind.
Superboy, there's an easy execution. We do have IQ also going on at the same time, but Joji as well. Peanut, ATXX. It's a bit tough when it comes to this sort of an angle. Super awkward for Superboy right now. He barely got any hand utilities. No troubles yet. So you need to actually hike up to see where Peanut is right now. And this is not the best case scenario. If he actually commit to it. I think for Nexus Vanguard, they have to wait for the rest of his teammate. Oh boy. Monboy taking down on Superboy. All the boys are down right now.
The Monboy 2.0 gets a knock. And you know, one of the key players of Nexus Vanguard. Now you need to save him. Let's see if this nade will land on the Peanut. Lots of damage onto him. Down to 10% of health. Joji comes in with SLK. Rushing in. SLK on the other side, but Peanut faster on the trigger. Knocking down Joji, eliminating him immediately. Taking in another point for ATSX.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just happened. But at the same time, I mean, there's a recall, but at the same time, that recall is not that far off where the rest of the boys that were fighting just now. The moment they land, they have to just reload himself once more. So it's gonna be, yes, they managed to recall, but it's not the end of it yet.
Yeah, they recall, but let's not forget they gave away the points to ATXs as well. So that's something to consider. Like, okay, yeah, you can recall, but the points ultimately still goes to the enemy. So that's something too. Well, let's see how Cute Loki will manage this one. He is still alone here. But it doesn't seem like Monboy is truly pushing. He's trying to close the gap between himself and Cute Loki, but not really too serious about that. But we do have a rotation here happening. And Zio still proning. Never really know. Okay, now they surely do.
Oh, they didn't even notice where he was at just now. KK definitely will respond to this. Yulin, the thing about this place, it's so many buildings with a lot of very classical architecture of Oriental vibe to it. But at the same time, you might get confused with all the buildings too. For me, I always got lost in here. I don't know why. Going around in circles. That's why I'm not a pro player in the first place. But for ATXX, they got those 2 eliminations. They have not recall yet for Extreme. The recall tower being used by Nexus Vanguard already. Is it within their reach to get for another recall? Oh, how? So far.
Yeah, very, very far. But because of that, he's far from his teammates. But near to Nang X. And Nang X doesn't know. Walks in and gets surprised by Superboy. And there you go, eliminator. But you know what? These early eliminations, by now, sometimes I'm not too worried just because it's Rondo. We'll see him back again.
Yeah, but at the same time, can they find that recall tower? Because right now, I mean, if you're trying to recall somebody, it takes you some time to actually stand around that tower for a bit. But at the same time, we can see Superboy is actually gunning and hunting people down. He got his own objective for today, even stretch himself out of the way from his teammate. Another one bites the dust. That's going to be SBD Starboy. All the names of boys today feels like they're going on with the hunting mode in their mind.
Yeah, they want to grow up from boys to men, so that's why they're on a hunt mood.
So like, deep.
So deep. Look for them. Be a man. Hunt your enemies. Don't stay passive. But, okay, yeah, that's another recall happening as expected. But we are back on the Nexus Vanguard ATSX. This time it's going to be Zio kissing the ground.
Oh, I wish they got EMP zone here now. For some reason. But for at the same time, it's round 2 for Nexus Vanguard versus ATXX. But for the side of Superboy, I think he just left. He started this fight at first. And then picks another fight at a different place. What was he thinking? And it's nowhere near to be found for the rest of Nexus Vanguard. And KK got bombed down precisely at the time where we shift over to Joji, where the Blues start hitting, coming up from the back line. It's going to be Osja Esports, where we lost. Saw Superboy took one of their teammates down.
And here comes the blue though. Superboy is still spending time in it. And Zio will be picked up by Monboy 2.0. Okay. So that's going to be fine. As for Yangon Galacticos, one of the heavy hitters playing in this round, will be close by with another team. But while we wait for what could potentially happen, our top 5 eliminations, Astro from GG, followed by Romeo and Murdoch from YG. And then we have support from Osja and Davan from GG as well. So 3 teams dominating the top 5 eliminations.
And I'm not surprised for that at all. They have been on the MVP chart for the whole day yesterday for the name just mentioned, Monet. Monet, we don't see him on the MVP yet, but we did see Smile and also Astro. But back towards the circle, please, not Jadina CT, just no. Shift slightly towards the left will be the perfect one. But some teams are actually taking a bit of that EMP zone. Thank you so much, game. It's going to be slightly on the AMP. Not so good gaming is actually taking that bit. But we have a very southern side of, I think it's on the outskirts of Tinglong Garden. We don't have a specific name for that yet. But it's going to be on the high grounds mountain of the Tinglong Garden outskirts.
And the one that's still on the outskirt is Loki. Is he far away? Yeah, he's quite far away from his teammates. But I don't know how many more recalls can they afford though. they're all really spending the time in the blue as if like the recall is unlimited. And then you have to consider like where is the recall tower as well. So that's something to look at too. Like if the circle like goes away from any spot that has a recall tower, then it's as good as, well, you can't really recall unless you're willing to tank the blue.
I think by now the players kind of memorize where the recall towers are, but the question is, not just them, all the others are memorizing that as well. Which means even though they want to go for the recall, somebody else is actually trying to run for it. Now Joji got top. It's a long shot as well. But like you mentioned, this is so far. The biggest challenge about Rondo, you cannot be late into the circle. It's a huge map. And the circle will be just a tiny part of that map, even if after stage 1 or 2. They have to move quickly and time's not to be wasted here. Now they're fighting back as support taking on a Nexus Vanguard players. But will they end both teams here?
Yeah, I think that, if they still stay here, it will be the end of both. But Superboy wants to make an end to one first, one by one, he says. He does have first aids though, so he will use one of them right now. Well, surely he'll pick up those elimination points. Now, I wonder where the other members of Austria are at. But we'll think about that later, because right now Superboy will say thank you for the points. 4 for Nexus Vanguard now.
I think the rest of Austria Esports players are not going for the commitment here. Probably just going to aim for the recall tower next. But the area of Dongshan, we do have some teams going against each other. It's still SBD versus ATSX. The imposter Momboy this time coming in to save the day. But wait, it was a 2v1 Timo. That was fast, that was clean, and that was brutal. But we're not done yet. SBD, they still have to fight against ATSX. Down to 2 players, but SBD do have the numbers for now.
Oh, lots of damage onto ATSX Peanut. Now very, very low, and they're still in the blue. At the same time, support got taken out elsewhere. Zeo fights back. It's now a 2v2, Starboy and Wrong on the outer side. While on the inside is going to be the 2 players of ATSX. And we're going to hit, and we are already in stage number 3, so the blue is starting to hurt a fair bit. So they have to win this fight quickly. Looking over at their healing utilities, Peanut has none. Starboy knocked down by the blue. And Peanut will finish on Starboy, and he will say thank you for that point. Now 1 more to go. Wrong on second floor.
For any consolation, at least the area of Hongshan is not that far off from the last circle we've seen. But with what they have right now, Wrong have to survive just to make sure that he can go for the recall tower, but he has to fight his way out first. Prepping the nade, hoping it will somehow land onto somebody, but it's just a bit too premature. We do have Hybrid XRA versus Goa at the same time. Multiple fights going on despite only stage number 3, but stage number 4 will hit. As long as they need to take this one out, I mean, they cannot last long in Hongshan. It's stage 4. Later on, it's not going to be enough.
And they don't have any other players like elsewhere to do the recall, so this is very dangerous for ATSX. But they are really taking their time now. Very cautious about wrongs. Oh, that's big. That's big on the Peanut, but Peanut is still able to get that final blow. And lucky enough for him, he found 2 first aids inside of wrong.
Oh, he needs to get into the call quickly for the rest of the players, unfortunately. But Team Max, at least we get to see the fights inside of the circle, which a lot of them are not in it, except for these teams, of course. Team Max versus not so GG. I think it's going to be a bit of a pause between the players due to the street in between that divided them into 2 sides. But they are not alone. We have another team around that corner, and that's going to be Infamous Aviera. But the circle shrank into just on the south of Tuling and north of Tinglong Garden. It's quite an open space still. And not too flat, but yet a bit wavy when it comes to the ground. But there's so many dividers between for the streets as well. While we're looking at teams are reviving their teammate, but it's still inside of the blue zone now. Not so good gamers. They lost a couple of players. I think maybe was fighting against a different team. And we saw how Goa were fighting against Hybrid XRA before. Now it's going to be winning off Future to go against them.
And now in Tuling, The fight will continue on. Goa navigating around, looking for their next target. But it's not only these two teams, GG is monitoring the situation from afar, and one of the players managed to get one out of Goa. Ngape Gao will be eliminated by Astro, our top eliminator so far. And they are still waiting for more potential exit frags. They are in the circle, so all these teams can take their time. And the circle does favor towards the northeast side, where GG is at, and also Yangon Guide goes not too far from the center.
Goa. Rat's the only one in the center getting himself the airdrop, but we have Ella going for the jump shot, a ring around the rosy. He goes around this square, very square, small warehouse. But he has to deal with this by himself, though. It's not going to be enough. Goa quite splitted, but still going to play around the doors. But he got knocked down instead. It's 1-1 trade between these two teams. Goa versus winning of future. Why off? It's down to Lay Jr. Now to do the play. He didn't know where he was before. There was a jump shot minus next coming out from Y-Off. There's a new team coming up, which is going to be GG Esports. They might actually still wipe out both teams, and while they're still licking their wounds.
Yeah, it's a matter of time till GG actually comes in. They are still circling around. On the elimination feed, we have a lot of fights happening elsewhere as well. I noticed that Burmese Ghost is in the fight of their own. Zooming on to GG, they're not really pushing it into Tulin, so want to get the exit frags instead. But by that time, their opponents would have healed up, so I'm not sure how much of an opportunity that will be presented to them by then.
Playing a bit of time here right now. I feel like it's a shame that the fact they didn't actually go in. If they do, that would be the most perfect timing. They don't have the view like we do. But at the same time, that was a perfect golden timing if GG actually go in for the rush, since both team are pretty low himself. Davan spotted a couple of plays from afar. One team out once more, down to 13, is still at stage number 4. But, you know, there are a couple of teams that's left with only 2 or 1 player, but I assume they're going to go for the recall tower. Not so sure about Oja Esports currently. But for GG not so good gamers, on the other hand, coming up from the south, there's so many teams around here.
Yeah, and expect more since we're at stage number 4. Because there's also another team on the outer side that needs to come into the circle as well. But now, we're looking at Osja. We have Top. Still finding his way to get into the circle, but he's being gate capped right now by K1J. Not going to be the easiest of tasks to get in. But not only one team, but also Nexus Vanguard as well. There's so many teams very, very close.
No, and famous Aviera managed to get a couple of players down on a different side, but Top, that is just too open. There's no way he can survive that one out. But will he be actually the bait for the others? Not really. And the rest is going to be history as K1J absolutely execute him. But for Hybrid XRA Ryujin, they got themselves some high ground, but they charge in anyhow. And that's going to be a different team entirely coming up from the side. Team Max go in aggressively. They try to keep them at bay. But at the same time, there's too many to cover for the side of Hybrid here. Look at the mini-map, Cloud. There's too many people around them.
I know, right? I'm feeling claustrophobic just looking at the minimap at this moment. And with the high ground, the advantage, some teams, they can really block teams from coming in. But now, that area down south is no longer valuable with the circle shifted towards the middle. And Goa Rex is somewhere in the middle, so he will be playing for some points. More eliminations are coming in down south.
At least on the side of Hybrid, they still have a 4. But the circle just shifted away from them. They have to deal with this quickly. As Burmese goals can't try to hike themselves up. But Men, he's focusing on... oh, that's smart coming up from Ryujin. He's coming off angle and trying to give you so much information. And that will clean up the rest of Burmese goals no matter what they try to do. I think Ryujin did so much work by putting himself at risk, going off angle all the way towards the backside of BG to make sure the foot of the hill just now being covered. Absolutely remarkable. But next is going to be Nexus Vanguard versus K1J.
And here comes the rush. They want to collect those elimination points. And Kane will be eliminated by Cute Loki. Elimination number 7 for Nexus Vanguard. Now looking for the rest of K1J. They just right across behind that tree. And here comes the nade being cooked up by Cute Loki. Nade sent past the smoke, will not connect. And because the blue has arrived, looks like they decided to bail this one in. They would rather the defensive game inside the circle to gatekeep K1 coming in.
Gatekeep role here at this point, but Muzu save his mate a bit lumps to him, try to grab him while he's running with that vehicle. Okay, the hand doesn't have that much time, but at least K1J is a bit better vehicle instead. But here comes they actually respond to this. Well, they try to find the rest of Nexus Vanguard, try to any trails and crumbs that have been left by this guy. Superboy has been on honey, got himself 5 elimination alone. Like low-key spotted out YG. They have a clue the rounds scattered all over with exploding cars. Still try in here, but the rest of it dead.
And for YG, they'll be facing off with a lot more teams coming in. And to say hello to the teams from the south that's waiting to buy. As Misfit International range just got knocked elsewhere. A lot more fights expected to happen here. Forsaken knocked down. And Clar sees the target from Misfit International on the other end, but not able to hit his shots yet. Doesn't get a good clear shot. Not be that easy. Now tries again the second time, but the terrain isn't doing him favors.
Try to find an angle that works him. Things to be a bit tough for those coming up from out of the circle here. So they have to squeeze into the circles, and right now seems impossible for the legs. But for Ali, Misfit International got himself quite a clear path to get into the impound as well. Quite clear for him to go straight into the center. Circle is shift towards south. South. I think mid. They got a solid compound.
Oh yeah, with the circle favoring the good spot. And goes with the high ground as well. They can still play the game role with this sort of advantage. And they will never be waiting for more eliminations to potentially come their way. Romeo gets Superboy, and he will eliminate Superboy like that. Then they see Nexus Vanguard from afar. Romeo biting himself, guarding Nexus Vanguard, not allowing them to come in, and they're still on the outside. So 10 more seconds, the zone closes.
You try to play gatekeeping here, putting of a team like Nexus Vanguard. But for hybrid, Capo is taken by GG Esports. It's on the northern side. They barely actually get into the entry yet. But they're playing smart with those obstacles that they dropped down. The sky is just now hybrid. The last play, I think that's going to be the last play, innit? Because it was. They're barely alive right now. Same goes for the side of Goa. Now, despite being gatekeep for East, surprisingly, they're the one that actually taking out all the teams that have been from the inner circle.
Oh, and here comes Yolos coming in, finishing off K1J. And now we have a traveling GG. One of them knocked down. Master D2K will be the one that punched through. But the moment he punched through, Rex was ready to punch back. The final player for Goa is able to defend his ground still. And with the circle, now with 7 teams left, he will continue to collect placement points.
He's solely carrying a Guardian of Angel or Goa at this point. He got himself 4 eliminations by himself. He's a one-man army all day long. Really is the real definition of Guardian. But unfortunately for Nexus Vanguard, now despite being eliminated here, but at least they got themselves some position ranking and points and 10 eliminations. That's not empty-handed. There's still plenty they managed to secure. But we're back into the fight of the circle. So there's not many teams actually outside except for GG, of course. Last time we saw they were fighting the teams from the inner circle, but the infamous Xaviera have to fight against YG, but never mind, that smile instantly taken out at the slope of the hill.
And at this point, going for the recall is not going to be an option for these teams. So if anyone gets eliminated, that's pretty much it. As for Young Galacticos, Now only 2 players left, still holding down the high ground. They still have the circle though, but they don't have the numbers. A Claude just got taken up by Raymond. And now looking down at Zin. Okay, Zin scoping down with 4x scope M4. He sees his target but not pulling the trigger yet. He wants a good clear shot, but that barricade is blocking his view.
The boulders really play a big part at this point for the teams. Sen, they got themselves 6 eliminations by now for winning of Future, but back to us in famous Xaviera. They are fighting against the Misfit International, and Lion is actually down, and they have Pretzel in their hands as well. It's a 1-to-1 trade between these 2 teams. Now, Forsaken, how he will respond to this as a cover fight or as a support. He needs to revive his mate down to nickel of health. Managed to actually save it in the nick of time. But for Wansei, he probably tried to find the angle, but this is not the best angle to actually see through where the rest of MSI are. The slope of the hill really covers a lot of vision on side of Infamous Xaviera. All MSI needs to do is just wait it out for them to pick out.
Oh, this nade. Oh, this nade. Oh, immediately drops back down because of that nade. Now Pretzel is back on the ground. Another nade followed up by Lion, but then again, they managed to pick up Pretzel, get them into the compound. And now he's safe. He can reset here. No other team's going to challenge them yet for now, but they have to be prepared because we're at stage 7 now. Any team could come by anytime soon.
6 teams still remaining. Rex as the last player of Goa. Am I still taking the height into the... Oh, never mind. The moment we mentioned about him, he's lost entirely. Taken out by YOLOs of winning of Future. Why off? So, on this stage, right now, we're left with 5. Except for YG, it's not the best case scenario. They had only 2 men. But on the side of MSI, they took a refuge when it comes to a used car. And around this area, I think Infamous Xaviera really tailing them very closely to shut them down completely.
And Cloud gets minus. Romeo gets in. But we're going to focus on the fight here involving Misfit International. And they need to defend their compound. But they're surrounded right now. Lion's going to come in from the other side. Okay, the footsteps being heard. Lion's going to rush in. He does have an S12K. Very clutchable weapon. Short range needs perhaps, but the answer is no. Still with the S12K. And he will get his target. Now range. You need to take care of this opening. But Romeo's on the other side. So range almost got him.
There's a very solid fortress here around the junkyard area. Now all they need to do is just pop a couple of smokes to make sure that they can blind their enemies and make sure they have enough time to revive and reset the rest of the play that's still remaining in their lineup. No recall towers whatsoever around this area right now, no. But for Hybrid XRA, Men and Capo, they have these boulders, but the boulders will not cover 360 degrees, that's the thing. And they're only left with only 2 players now to deal with 2 different, very different angles. Now despite YG only have 2 players left, they got themselves quite a solid, slightly high ground just across the other side of Hybrid XRA right now. But with Hybrid XRA kind of too focused and telling their vision to an MSI, if they overpick themselves, Romeo got a straight headshot towards any of these players.
And who's going to make the next move? Definitely not going to be Misfit International, as they have an area for them to play with. So perhaps it's going to be Yakugaito's moving into the circle next. But look at Raimon's position. This elevation. He can see Romeo. He knows that he's there. It's only the buggy now blocking the view. But the moment Romeo gets into the buggy, that's it. But still, he's being shot at. A bit of damage to Romeo. Romeo, 40% of health left. Mon boy. He wants to finish up the job.
Oh, they're being such a nuisance to us YG right now, but they are taking a great advantage on the side of MSI. But say Cloud, they spotted. Oh! The moment he tried to run away from the blue after finish job, won the playoff, the last player of Hybrid just now. Straight away, Raimon, that's so much high valuable information with 2v3 numbers wise on the side of MSI. Open space wise, YG got it with a circle on their side too. But when it comes to stage 9, like it or not, both teams have to actually crossfire in the center of the circle. Range, he's playing the rooftop. This is slightly a good advantage on the side of MSI. But it's about the closing they need to be aware of. YG needs to leave there. But the rush coming up from MSI is not going to give them any room at all.
Oh, not at all. They want to close up the job. They want to bring in those elimination points. And what better moment to take out the last season's champions, Young Galacticos. Romeo is out thanks to range. Now it's only SayCloud left for Young Galacticos. Unless you can pull off a clutch here. 1v3, here comes Misfit International. And it's definitely not a missed shot for them, as they will bring in their first chicken dinner here today. And also, chicken dinner number 2 this season for Misfit International.
Oh, they really carried forward yesterday's momentum. If you actually recall, yesterday, last map, they scored their chicken dinner. So they actually put 2 days together back to back. They actually scored back-to-back chicken dinner with their last map Mirama, yesterday's chicken, and today first Rondo map chicken. Now MSI really put a foot forward and put your momentum and carry out all the way to day 2.
Oh yeah, so it's technically a back-to-back chicken dinner for Misfit International, bringing in the momentum from yesterday as well. So they are starting to show that, you know what, don't forget about us. We didn't have a good start yesterday, but somehow they managed to find their momentum again. And now 2 chicken dinners technically back-to-back, a continuation from yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Might not be the most elimination points, but still, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner, and I'm sure they'll take that.
Between the MVPs, high chance I feel like it's probably going to be Raimon or Momboy, or perhaps even Rage. I do see Pretzel in action, but mostly Pretzel being taken down as a knockdown by the other teams because he was rushing in the front instead. High chance it's going to be Momboy or maybe even Raimon to get the MVP here. But nonetheless, MSI, well, you asked about them yesterday, Cloud. They really showing, trying to prove you wrong that, hey, you thought that we don't have what it takes to take the trophy this season. They might actually do it.
Yeah, and Pretzel looks very K-pop in this picture. I don't know. If I look at it, it's like, ooh, okay. I can imagine him like being in a K-pop band. But yeah, I mean, I like the fact that they are proving me wrong, proving the casters that's wrong. When we talked about like, you know what, Misfit International at some point last place, like what are they doing down there? Single digit. This lineup full of experience. You have Range, who has the PMGC experience, PMWC experience. But yeah, now they respond back. And it's not too late, because at the end of the day, this stage is all about being in the top 16. And with 2 chicken dinners, surely they're pretty comfortable.
Well, there goes the numbers up when it comes to Raimon. Got the most eliminations, not the still the most damage. But I don't know why. Am I the only one who feels Raimon looks very familiar, like Illuminate the Murder players?
Oh.
Who was his name again? I was trying to recall here.
Oh.
I feel like he does have a glimpse like Martin with his hair like that. You remember, right? Martin from Illuminate the Murder.
Yeah, now I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
So if Raimon buffs up a bit, then yeah. But
It
the
looks very
features are there.
similar. Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, he was a barber of Martin. So was it him that was the barber? I think so. Yeah. That's why he got the pro aura. He got himself the MVP, possibly this map as well. You know, if you look like the legendary pros back in the day, you might actually carry out your name once out there as well. But let's rewatch your highlight come up from MSI, the winner chicken dinner moment.
And here it is, the points. Misfit International with 16 points collected. And Yangon Galacticos, 15 points. And we have HYRE, 15 points as well. And then we have 11 points for INXV and also Nexus Vanguard, 11. We off with 10. Wow, we have like up to 6 teams getting a double digit. I guess that's again because of the whole Rondo recall thing. That's why you can get more eliminations than what we're used to seeing.
It's always going to be the case when it comes to Rondo. We expect a lot of teams, if they know what Rondo has to offer, they will take advantage of it. Try to get as much elimination as possible because that might set the tone for the entire day for them. But sad case for the side of IQ though, because since yesterday they're having a tough game. Infinity IQKH. Since yesterday, we saw a lot of their action, but they always got a couple of knockdowns here and there, but no execution. And that's the same case again right now. They need to do something about this.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard, right? Like, we do see them sometimes, but when we see them, they don't really win fights. So that's something of a concern as well. But the good news is that they still have games to go in order for them to climb into the top 16. And for that, we'll look at the overall rankings. So page 1, especially on the first half, they're pretty solid up there. But we also have to welcome Misfit International to number 4 and the first team to achieve 2 chicken dinners, 46 points collected after a rather disappointing start to their campaign this season. This is a huge comeback for Misfit International.
A bit of a late bloomer, and also they just got the engine started at the end of yesterday as well. But glad to see they carry forward their momentum since yesterday. K1J IQ. At least K1G got some progress based on their last map. I think they were playing just now. But also when it comes to IQ, this is bad news. But it's not impossible. There's still plenty of maps for the entire day. But not all the teams will have to play all the maps here today as well. They will be rotating by end of today. But the rest of the teams on second page, I'm a bit surprised to see Burmese go on second page, to be honest.
Yeah, Burmese goes. Yeah, you're right. It's also another one of those OG teams that we normally see them perform, but now it's a different story for them. But maybe they can prove us wrong later. But for Misfit International, they're surely proving everyone out there. 6 eliminations, number 1 spot in this round, and then followed by YG with 9 eliminations, and then we have 10 eliminations and 7. And if we were to look at the overall stats here, the one that had the least full squad time but still able to make it up here is Yangon Galacticos with 18 minutes. Now, our MVP, as expected, is Raymond.
You guys should look up Eliminate the Bird and Martin, one of the, my favorite players. I mean, we all love Eliminate the Bird back in the days, but Raymond do look so close like him, I'm not gonna lie. But at the same time, when it comes to his damage, he did not actually be the perfect pentagon here, but it still contributed so much for the overall when it comes to the team. Not the most when it comes to the headshot. 7% is pretty much the standard that we've seen before. But we expected a lot when it comes to MSI today. Since yesterday, they've been carrying forward so many good performance since the last chicken dinner yesterday, and now even carried it forward. Technically, like you said, also it's a back-to-back chicken dinner. Can they follow through the entire day to get that chicken dinner?
Yeah, consistency is going to be key, just like how your phones will be consistent with the new update of PUBG Mobile in version 4.0. And you can enjoy more frame rate options here, up to 120 FPS. Wow, that's like super duper smooth, right? It gives you more frame rates. So if you set it up to ultra, to extreme, it goes up to 50 to 60 FPS. I mean, all these are just amazing improvements inside of PUBG Mobile. So make sure you update your game right now. PUBG Mobile version 4.0.
Now, no more excuses. Lagging. My phone couldn't take it. And I cannot actually play. I can do this. No more. PUBG Mobile has been trying to cater to whatever problems that you actually have, and no more reason for you to not hit that conqueror rank anytime soon. But the thing is, we're not done with Rondo yet. We still have another map of Rondo coming up, but we do have rotation of the group, which gonna be A, C, D, and E. So we won't be looking at Group B this time, which gonna be Infinity IQ and Team Max, Good Game Esport, and K1 GVID, which means bad news for Infinity IQ because they lost the opportunity to get the most elimination in Rondo map.
Oh yeah, if you think about it, right, you want to play the Rondo map, but of course everyone will have equal amount of Rondo games by the end of the rotation, right? But ideally you want to play as many Rondo matches because of the recall feature. You can potentially gain a lot more elimination points than the other maps. So yeah, a little bit too bad for IQ. For like GG, they are kind of okay, so not too worried for them. But for like IQ, yeah, because they are like at the other end, I'm sure they will hope for the chance to play the Rondo match. But yeah, they will play it again tomorrow for sure.
But before we get into the next Rondo map, we're gonna have a quick break while you guys looking at the upcoming matches, which are gonna be Rondo once more after this. I'll see you guys into the game later.
And we will be jumping back into Rondo, people. Yes, it's 2 Rondos back to back. It's not the first game. This is the second game today. And we just came off Misfit International scoring a technically back-to-back chicken dinner from yesterday till today. But can they score a triple? And we'll be rotating the groups, by the way. So again, if you don't see your favorite team, they'll probably be back in the next round.
Yeah, just to emphasize for you guys, one more, Group B is not playing for the second Rondo map here today, which can be Infinity IQ, Team Max, Good Game Esports, and Kashmir One Jivet. So these 4 teams will not be included in this round instead. But like you mentioned, Claire, I do want to see if Misfit International can do it again. Or will be another team just like yesterday, Osja Esports maybe, or a different team entirely. Let's fly into Rondo.
And it's going to be a Rondo number 2, our third Rondo for this season, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let's see if we'll see any high eliminations like how we saw yesterday, where Young Gugatico scored 20 plus eliminations in this map. And that's all thanks to the recall feature But Juju, you talked about the double flight path. This time, we're gonna get it.
Yep, finally we're getting the best and the maximum of a Rondo map here, where we have first, I don't know which one is first or second, but very crossed. The cross is actually around Jiao Tin. So it might be a couple of more teams dropping around the area, or definitely none at all, because right now we're looking at some teams dropping themselves in the north, some have access to the south as well. So it's all down to the circle. Are they lucky enough to get their drop spot early on within the circle? Because last time we witnessed, when it comes to 8x8 kilometers and this big map Rondo, you don't want to be late into the circle at all.
Not at all. We saw what happened earlier on, right? Like if you're late, number one, you'll be gate capped. Number two, well, if your whole team gets eliminated by the zone, then, well, there's no recall for sure. We're going to see almost a similar type of circle from the one before, but we're surely going to see different drops here, and we have multiple clashes at the very beginning.
Yep, it's going to be around the area of Fongton right now, CTS versus none other than Osja Esports, but we saw one player of Osja Esports just now, a bit further than the rest of them. So it's going to be a 3v4 for Osja. But YG against infamous Xaviera, which is going to be around Dangchin area. Also quite close within the circle, and maybe even within the circle here, with infamous Xaviera got chipped down some of their HP by Romeo, if I'm not mistaken. But do they have enough gears or loot to start fight?
This is where we need to zoom in onto them, right? But also more fights happening everywhere. This time involving Yangon Galacticos. Well, so far they have the position and they have the surrounding. So it's a matter of them probably getting their first elimination points here in this fight. But they're really cautious right now, because if we were to zoom in onto their utilities, like Romeo has nothing but 5 bandages, but he does have a level 2 helmet and vest though, so that's not too bad. It's just that he doesn't have a secondary weapon to swap over when needed.
Oh, he just picked up a Thompson. That's going to work well with his rifles too. At least you will work with what you have at this point. If you want to pick early fights, you have to pray lucky enough you manage to land those weapon a bit early, but a bit of a hold between these two teams. They're being very careful about their approach here. Danqing seems to be very heated up, but still the tension, we can feel it in the air. And Lion seems to be having trouble to find himself a secondary weapon as well. Well, we're back to the area of Fongtun, where CTS and Osja Esports back to square one. I 100% sure that they saw each other when they were dropping out, when they're parachuting down. So I think that's why CTS resort to pull themselves away from Osja Esports. But the thing is, it's a plain field, a couple of A stacks, that's it, that they can take some covers on. Support giving a bit of a pressure on with his AUG, but no scope whatsoever to work with. He got himself 3x scope. Barely can actually clip with that distance, but top coming up from off angle. Oh, CTS, they walk in a trap.
And that's where they start to pull the trigger. But speaking of pulling the trigger, Klopp pulled the trigger onto SayCloud. And Romeo now alone in this building. It's a matter of time till they rush in. He doesn't have much bullets. On his Thompson, only 30 in the chamber right now. Nothing on his magazines. And he gets knocked down immediately with a micro Uzi. I say it takes him out. But at this stage, wouldn't be too worried. I'm sure they'll be able to recall him back.
Provided the condition, they all at least have one player left. With infamous Xaviera, they're aggressively trying to not just loot up and build their gears on, but try to find the remaining of YG players. But they already recall. I think Manet just recalled all of them together. I assume he got himself very close to the recall tower just now. They're all reset to 4 once more. But now Manet is alone down. Romeo, ow! They just landed down and landed right on top of ATS. What are the luck for YG?
Oh, and then SayCloud just got taken up by Monboy. Romeo still down on the ground here. ATS, like what you mentioned, will take him out. So Yangon Galacticos 2 players, but it is Rondo. As long as there's no players in the game, there's a chance that the recall can kick in.
How many times you need to recall YG at this point? They got recalled, they got smashed down once more. Now will be another recall. You gotta wait and see. I think Monday is like, why? I just managed to save all of you guys. It's either Monet or I think it's a different player entirely, possibly. But ATS, that's freebies in the bag. That's 2 points, man. 2 points.
Yeah, but still the points will still count though, so that's a good point there. And it's given to like ATS and whoever else, like Mon Boy, for example, who got Yangon Gatkos. So we're still looking at the update bar if they will be back on the battleground anytime soon. So far, no update yet from Yangon Galacticos. But that seems to be the only clash where there were a few teams that actually drop onto each other, but no follow-up. I guess everyone is playing a little bit more cautious this time since we are starting to shape the top 16.
Just so get to actually test it out, because when I played this map, the maximum I managed to do for a recall was actually just once. I want to see how many times you actually recall for a team. That's just PUBG Mobile physics, guys. Just amazing Spidey buggy. There you go. No, never mind. Going in reverse. You can do it, Joji. You can do it. No, Joji.
Almost there.
Against the gravity. You can do it, Joji. Don't give up. You can do this, brother. Joji.
No,
he got shot. Not the best place to actually do that.
No.
Joji.
No. Oh no. No.
Splat down. What a tragic for Joji. Oh, Joji. What have you done? Oh, what a sad death. Oh, that's just it. Splat down. The saddest back to the lobby scenario for Joji.
You know,
Moment of silence for Joji.
A moment of silence. And that's where I love the PMCL, you know. It's like yesterday there were like so many entertaining moments. Today we're having more of it. Like, I don't know. That's the saddest death so far we have seen.
The most tragic one. He tried so hard and got so far.
But in the end,
it doesn't even matter.
If he doesn't get recalled, I'll be pissed. His teammates better do it.
If it's teammates, Joji, are you gonna do some weird things again? Like if you recall, but speaking of weird, that's not weird at all. That's wrong. Angrily, just shutting and jump shot spray down CTS members. It was quick.
I'm still sad for Joji though. But he's back. Okay, he's back. All right. I wish
Clip that, guys. Put it as a meme and put the song that that we just said before as the sound effect, please.
The sad one. But Loki's not sad. He got one. Warm. I believe that's like a long range. And here's Master Ichi. Burmese goals. Oh yeah. So we did want to talk about Burmese goals, right? Like during the overall points. And they're not really doing well this time. Although, yes, they're still the top 16, but it's a very different kind of performance by Burmese goals now.
I think they realize, hey, we need to do something about this. Whether to do something or do nothing. And the best bet is right now do everything they can. If they are late to wake up to this lobby here, I think it's going to be too much for them missing out. And a lot of catching up to do. I'm glad they finally woken up and try to be more proactive. Because with Rondo in the fray right now, Cloud, if you try to catch up, the Rondo map will make sure that your margins are so big to catch up later on. It's difficult.
Yeah, maybe they can do a Misfit International, right? Like, we're concerned about them. This is not the Burmese goals. And then all of a sudden, boom, bang. 2 chicken dinners back to back. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I like the fact that these teams are proving us wrong at the desk. That's really nice to see. And they will also pose a challenge for the teams at the top. But although it's like, okay, objective is top 16. So if you're like number 1, number 3, number 4, it's okay. It's the same thing. But at the end, this is where by Friday, we will get to see who's the one that survived. But speaking about survival,
maybe it's gonna be wrong. Wrong 1v3. Nothing is going right for the others. It's wrong for them. Oh, SBD going in 1v3. Will actually clutch all 3. No way. Wrong has done it. Oh, never mind, Starboy. Starboy like, nope, no highlight for you. Wrong. I want to be part of it too. But nonetheless, SBD, they wiped out almost the entire crew of it just now. But the circle shrinks. Very close, slightly to this north this time, Cloud, compared to the last one.
Oh, look at this, right? So it's by the riverbank, just outside Tulin. So there's a percentage of water there that is obviously unplayable. So that's going to be really, really interesting on how the teams manage this. Oh, we have to say hello again to Joji. Welcome back.
Which mountain you will climb next, Joji? Surprise us. Oh, Superboy also got revived. Oh, thanks to, I think, Joji revived all of them. So it's a tag team. They revived Joji, and Joji managed to revive all of them once more. So thanks to Joji, I guess.
Yeah.
A weird way to turn things around.
And you know what? It would be nice to have like an indicator of like if a player has been recalled by who. That would be nice because as of now, on this update, we don't get to see if they are recalled or by who. So maybe in future updates in Rondo, when it takes shape, right, we'll get to see the indicator.
But speaking of recall, right, I think the maximum is just once, perhaps, for each of the player. Because YG, we don't see them as a 4 again.
Yeah.
They're still stuck as a 2, but Zuki got shot down, sprayed by none other than We Off Miners, that's winning our future, coming in as a 4. TTQ. I think the biggest issue that we can actually see coming from TTQ is during their migration and rotation. They always got caught in between so many times since yesterday.
Yeah, time to quit esports. We see them a lot on screen, but every time it's like we don't get to see the best performance out of them. So sometimes it's a little bit worrying. Although they are still in top 16, but the points are very close down there. And if they continue to just let points go, then potentially they might be kicked out. Now in the elimination V, we have Miner. He got a knock. Waiting for the follow-up. It could be a long-range one, but speaking about long-range, SVD, Nexus Vanguard long-range shots onto them.
Oh, this is not the best spot for SBD. In the front, there's somebody else. Coming up from behind is going to be Nexus Vanguard. Infamous Xaviera. They're going to knock the door. Here comes. They pulled over and straight on the ground. Wow. Lion roars quite loud this time. Another one. Maybe Lion can actually do a 4. A 1, a V2 just now. He got it. And he might actually got the third knockdown. There you go. He wiped out the rest of Nexus Vanguard by himself. Joji, you will be remembered again.
Joji. And it's an easy name to remember as well. But remember this. The circle, where will it go? I'm looking over at the overall as well. Look at the factory area, New York's factory area. There's Sid all the way there. I think he's trying to go for the recall. But then, now the circle will be kind of painful. It's stage 4. I don't know if he can survive it.
It's going to be tough for the teams coming out of Tuling area or even Danqing. It's too many teams squeezing in a very small space. Like, I don't know, only a couple of them will actually merge out alive. But for winning our future, well, it's the play zone that they have to fight against, which is something that waiting for inevitable death. Barely got anything. Well, Miner's got at least himself with this vehicle, but I don't think they will last that long though.
Yeah, I don't think so. Look at the health just going down. And Sin, after he recalled his teammates, he went out to the blue. And now it's just Lucky down. I don't think that Miners can survive this one. They are very far away.
None of them.
Nah.
recall just to
Yeah.
go back again. So yeah, that's the thing about the tower recalls. Yes, it seems like a perk when it comes to Rondo, but where you being recalled is another issue. If you're actually in the blue zone, despite you try to recall, it's not going to be easy. Now Jappy going straight out of the blue zone into the safe zone for now, but KHI in trouble. Down to only 2 players here, and the 2 players actually still flying up there.
So it just shows that teams need to be familiar of like, okay, what is the right timing to go for the recall tower? If it's too late, then nah, don't go for it. It's not worth it. Might as well just survive solo and potentially gain placement points. That's even better. So it's a learning, I guess, for the teams. Wow, we see the elimination feed lighting up with Master Smile getting wrong and Gus getting Jappy from KHI. Cash, knockdown. WAM down as well. Lots of fights happening elsewhere. I think they're like on the other side of the circle.
Now TTQ just waiting for the rest of KHI who's floating just now to land and just give them another point. They just landed straight away, got shot down. That's the thing about having the recall tower. You might actually contribute more points towards your opponents instead of gaining more advantage towards yourself, including for the side of SBD. They're having to face the wrath of Fern coming up from Oja Esports.
And ouch, being shot at from afar by Rexy 5 years back. And Fern now down on the ground. Nang X with the high ground. Should be able to collect these elimination points. Starboy now tanking the blue as well. Yeah, he can pick up Milo, not going to be a problem, but it's going to be a problem on how they're going to cut across into the circle with Osja still there.
With this kind of big map, look at how fast the blue zone just eats away the player's HP and how far they have to get into the safe zone. I don't think Starboy can actually... Ooh! What?
Oh!
Why?
What?
Oh,
Ah.
I told you. The boulders. You
No.
have to make sure you didn't flare right beneath it. What a blunder.
No! What are we watching here?
What a Rondo map, man.
What a map this is. But what a gameplay now for Smile. Coming up with a potential clutch here. He's trying his very best with the SLK. But he's taking a lot of damage as well. And from behind, it is support from Mosja. That backstab Smile.
Oh, we might actually have another MSI chicken dinner here or not. Raimon is still alive. Monboy bleeding out. They will try to go save him with no time at all. Range is reviving Raimon. Will keep out for the rest of the team. But we're looking at the northern side. There's going to be ATS versus not so good game. Will it be or will it not be? But SBD, yep. If you want to call the boulders, make sure you're not right beneath it. I don't know what to say.
I'm speechless. In all good intentions, right? I guess he wanted to call it like just in front, give him extra cover, but yeah.
You know, the boulders actually move after he died.
Yeah, so the moral of the story is that don't call even in front of you. You have to call a few steps in front.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please learn from our pro players, guys. But when it comes to the blue zone, they never learn, don't they? ATS is taking such a long time, taking out by the play zone. A lot of them are fighting against something that they cannot fight, which is going to be the play zone. Look how the play zone just eats away the players. Just give this blue zone the chicken dinner already.
Yeah, I think the blue zone is now the MVP with the most eliminations. There you go. Even Zio is out to the blue. Momboy 2.0 is out. ATSX eliminated at number 9. No play some points for them. Now top 8 people. Everyone's starting to gain play some points as of now with Burmese goals unknown getting Zuki. Time to Cook Esports, they not only have NGGZ to deal with in front of them, but also Burmese goals, who's currently bringing in the points.
TTQ coming up from behind as well. But the blue zone will finish things off. Yep, that's going to be the last play of TTQ. Not so quick for now. We're down to 7 teams. Majority got finished off by the blue, or tragic accident, or just a total unexplainable blunder that's going on.
But yeah, I know, right? Like from the Joji thing to the Boulder thing. I don't know how
To
many
recall
more
and
things.
die.
The recall and just eliminated after. I mean, yep. It just shows that all the players, all the teams, they're still trying to get used to this map.
But hey, it's very entertaining. We're not gonna lie. We're having fun on the castle stairs. Yeah, we're going to see the players suffering with their own decision making and the consequences. It's fun.
Oh yeah, not gonna lie. You know, it's nice and refreshing to see those sort of moves. But Top is not going to be able to move any further. Just got eliminated, and that is him out. Circle now favors Goa, and Burmese goes on the right, gonna come in uncontested. The only one they need to be careful is Ryujin. Last we saw in the water. So hopefully Ryujin doesn't surprise backstab Burmese goals.
But BG, they got quite a sweet spot still. Not the worst case scenario. They got those slightly, how do I say it? Those mountains will cover them and give them a bit of barricade against the teams at the pick that's going to be Goa. So they got their backs against those walls. It's going to be fine. But on the side of Esports and versus MSI. MSI, they lost Pretzel before. We've seen this happen in the previous one. But Raimo managed to take down on Nung Axe. Esports are losing members quickly now. The Nate really close, eating out support slowly but surely. But for MSI, they need to wrap things up quickly because they're still outside of a circle.
And the zone is starting to close as well, though. Misfit International, 3 players that will need to fight their way through to get into the circle. The one that's going to stop them next is going to be Osja. Now they're going to take the active approach. And here comes Misfit International. They do have nades, cooking up 2 nades together. Support picking up his teammate Nang X, but they toss the nades elsewhere. Not onto Support, not onto Nang X. They're okay.
Yep, that's quick thinking coming up from Esports. Nang X managed to just reset himself, but if we have another team bowing out down to 6 on the side of MSI. Momboy barely can see. They don't want to overpick because Goa is still there across the other side, so they have to be extra careful. Momboy, the way he moves, he knows exactly Goa is right on top the other side. But the thing is, have to wrap things up against Osja, who got themselves a ditch. They will take the risk going all the way towards the backside and try to wrap things around. But Momboy could hold on much longer. Raimon tried to spot them in the ditch, but it's been returned and backfired for their plan. MSI couldn't secure the back-to-back chicken.
Well, we'll see a new chicken dinner contender in this round. And now it's between the 5 teams that we can see here on screen. Osja, Goa, Burmese Ghost, NGGZ, and ATS for the chicken dinner this time. As for ATS, the final player is actually on the northern side, spending time in the blue now. Chi just got eliminated by it, as the blue is the MVP this round. And it's very likely to devour Dre, who's the final player of ATS anytime soon.
Yeah, it's just a matter of seconds. There's barely enough utilities for him to last much longer. He couldn't even move, just keep on healing at this point, hoping he'll actually land himself at number 3 or number 4 instead of the 5th place. But nobody willing to actually open fire. And the rest of the team, except for Esports, the rest of us still having a full squad and no gun sound being made right now.
I'm just looking at when will Dre be eliminated. We're at stage 6 now, moving to stage 7. Yep, here's a visual of where exactly he is at the northern side. And there you go. Out at number 5 for ATS. Now only 4 teams left with the circle moving up north, favoring NGGZ and part of Goa and also Burmese Ghost. The one furthest away is going to be Osja. So there's going to be a fight that they must take against Goa, or they rotate up north and take it against NGGZ.
And they got this ditch to cover themselves up, but they couldn't even pick it out. You can see how fast Goa and BG can just shoot them down easily. But the one that can actually be the game changer is going to be in NGGZ. They are the one that not being given enough attention by all these 3 teams right now, because they are at the pick and they barely can see around the curve of those grounds. But for Osja Esports, both BG and Goa are eyeing out towards this side. But Fern still managed to knock down on Ella. For Goa, they need to respond quickly because Osja is on the move. Same goes the side of Burmese goal.
Clay Jr. right now moving in. And you need to defend the ground against Osja. Osja's support is currently down. The rest of them coming by. They have to seek revenge for his fallen teammate. Nate got support. Support eliminated. Here comes Ngapekau at the front. Rex shooting his own teammate. But at the same time, he's actually shooting towards the outside and he will secure that one extra elimination point. Now Osja down to the one last player on the other side. And he will not be able to win this fight alone against Goa. Goa, a bit of a boo-boo there. Rex blowing up the vehicle in front of him, but it's not going to be a problem. His teammates will revive him.
BG split himself into two sides. Masaichi going back and forth whether to focus on Goa or whether to focus on NGGZ. Well, Goa have to run away from the blue side. I don't think they can pick up Rax on time. They have to leave him and abandon him entirely. As Clay and also Ngapek Yao is actually trying to find an entry in, but not good gamer is gonna take this one. High chance they will take this away. They have guarded inside of the circle and can gatekeep both BG and none other than Goa to actually stay where they at, and they're fighting against each other. This is gonna be an easy win for not so good gamers.
God, Smith knocked down by Jero from NGGZ. They have better control of the circle right now. gets Clay Jr. eliminating him, securing that point for NGGZ. 6 elimination points now. As the circle moves and it still favors NGGZ, they're looking good right now to locking in the chicken dinner.
Now, whether can they actually get more elimination points at this point is the question here. They got the circle, they need to just maintain the control of the circle. But he comes flying over to a side of Miner, they missed it. And he got a clear view towards Godspeed. For the side of NGGZ, they need to reposition themselves to get the off angle on the side of Goa as well as BG. The curvature will actually block them for a bit. And them trying to get off angle. But Goa go back running into the compound. The thing is, Blueser will eat them off alive for Goa. They have to move.
Yeah, Goa, they don't have the zone. And now it's starting to close again. Like what you said, they have to move. No choice for them. But Burmese goals will not allow them to move any further forward. Rex will be eliminated by Godspeed and Ngapekau taken now by from NGGZ, leaving us with only Burmese goals, and NGGZ is a 4v4.
Burmese goal. Down the tree, it's 3v3. They got a trade for Jaro to equal up the odds, but BG managed to reset himself just now. Back to 4, never mind, 3v3. Michi got himself a bit on open space. Not the best case scenario, but BG got plenty of smoke. Look at how the smoke's just blinded the rest of NGGZ to shoot them apart. But for Miner, he's trying to play with what he has. He barely got enough for his bullets too. Compared to BG, on the other hand, they still have plenty of magazines left. But not so much when it comes to throwables. Here comes the Nate flying over to a side and GGZ. And at least he got plenty of boulders to work with, but still, he called the wrong place for those boulders. They just... What is going on with these boulders, man?
Okay, but then again, from the back, Burmese goals, scores the chicken dinner. And thanks to the boulder as well. I mean, that final moment, so many things happen. But, Choo-Choo, again, another statement proven wrong, this time by Burmese goals.
Finally, we get to see that moment, yeah, and finally awaken Burmese go. Welcome back to the PMCL Fall 2025. We talked about them, what happened to them. They were coming up from the back and now start to rise up. Will they pull out another big stunt after this? Will they maintain? There's a big issue, but at least this is a good start to set the tone for their lineup for now.
Oh yeah, Burmese goals. Maybe this could be the chicken dinner that kickstarts their campaign, just like Misfit International before this. Something that we look forward to, especially with this kind of lineup that has former players from the legendary Genesis Esports as well, playing with Burmese goals this time. They have the resume. They have the experience playing in PMGC. And I'm sure a lot of fans would expect them to perform well as well. And it's great to see Burmese goals finally scoring this chicken dinner. And this will surely put them in page 1.
Well, one thing I think everybody can learn from today's game, the boulders, guys. When you called it out, please move. If not, that was really just so many times we've seen a lot of players self-sabotaging with the call of those boulders, including coming up from NGGZ. They actually had it in their hand cloud. They let it slip by self-sabotaging with those boulders.
Yeah, after looking at the boulder, after what Joji did, after the whole recall thing, now I wouldn't mind if every map is a Rondo map. Like, give us Rondo every single round. I wouldn't mind. Like, yesterday's Rondo, we had the stun gun. Today's Rondo, we had all that. It just doesn't stop. But congratulations to Burmese goals. And here's the breakdown of their eliminations. And they managed to score 11 of them.
Quite plenty still. But we've seen more. But instead of PG with what they're going through, look at the damage done by Godspeed. I think Godspeed did so much play. He's deserving for this MVP. He was taking all those off angle against the other teams, like even Goa, even against NGGZ just now, because he's the one who's willing to take the risk to get out from those line of sight, just to be at the off angle where he opened up so much opportunity for the team. The rest of them were trying to distract all the rest of NGGZ and Goa players to focus on them instead. It took a bit of courage to Godspeed to actually do that.
Yeah. And they had a bit of luck as well with the boulder. So we're not going to forget about that. And also, the zone is the MVP. If only we have a stat on how many actually went out to the zone. But we'll check that out on that later, because right now it's the highlights with Burmese goals and their chicken dinner.
But this is where all things matter right now. It's all about those points coming up from Soiree Esports. They got 14 eliminations and 11 elimination. BG with securing that chicken dinner, contributing to that 21 points, reigning at number 1 spot for this match. But for not so good gamers, unfortunately, I thought they had more. It feels like they had more. 7 eliminations at 13 points down there.
Yeah, it felt like they did a lot of work, right? But the final outcome is that, only 7? Okay. But I guess if you get like a double digit, it's like, yeah, you're okay. You can be content with that, because a lot of other teams, obviously, either single digit or maybe some of them with a 0 as well. And we're going to flip over to page number 2 to see exactly how many teams got a 0. And, it's only 1. It's CTS. Well, I guess this is where we need to tune how we watch Rondo to like, okay, you have a lot of eliminations that you can get.
I think TTQ got plenty coming up from Nexus and KSI after it got revived multiple times. But also when it comes to the overalls, this is where the point matters. And YG to maintain at number 1 at 80 points. Look at the gap. Margin is huge. 21 points between GG and YG. With the first and second place, it's already a big stretch up there.
Yep, and they're pretty comfortable there. And definitely comfortable from the dreaded 17 onwards. Because the objective right now is to be in the top 16. But of course, you want to bring the momentum into the Super Weekend. Ideally, that's going to be the case. Now, on the other end, CTS, T-Max, IQ, and K1J now in the bottom 4. But the points are still close enough for any of them to gain the top 16 spot. They just need one good game, and they could swap places with anyone at the top 16, like ATSX, like ATS, like WeOff, and so on and so forth. Because just look at the margin there. It is so small.
To see Team Max at the very bottom is not a great feeling. The summer season third place winner to be down there. They need to do something and go back to a drawing board to revise what needs to be improved for the next one. But when it comes to top 4 teams, congratulations BG, welcome back here. Among the top teams, Soiree, Esports, NGGZ and Goa. Well, they did show quite a performance just now, but I just hope no more blunders with the boulders. But nonetheless, we have to give a credit for BG Unknown getting the MVP this time.
With 4 eliminations and 367 damage, not the highest damage output. And if you gotta think about it, who needs headshots if you want to be the MVP? 0%. But still the MVP nonetheless. And for Burmese Goals, this is a good comeback round for them after a worrying few rounds from yesterday. The fans, this is what they deserve to see. Burmese Goals with the chicken dinner. So great job. Now it's all about consistency.
Yeah, it's all about maintaining. So far, MSI, the one that we can see, and also GG Esports, I feel like they have what it takes to maintain it. And YG, they always take the best opportunity and run the map. That's how they actually pull all those points away against all the other teams. But what you guys don't have to pull and push anymore, don't forget to upgrade your PUBG Mobile with the latest version of 4.0, the super smooth graphic available right now. So make sure you guys update instantly the latest version and enjoy the smoothest battleground with maximum potential that you've been trying to save all this while you were complaining lags and whatsoever. Now there's no more reason to do, not performing. You have to now.
Yes. No more excuses, ladies and gentlemen, especially after your update to PUBG Mobile version 4.0. So do so right now before we head on to our next game. And of course, we're going to take a small breather here before we do so. So stay tuned with us, ladies and gentlemen, for Erangel after this.
Yup, and ready to go, guys, because it's back to Wrangle Map DOG. It's not gonna be once, it's not gonna be twice, it's gonna be 4 times we'll be playing a Wrangle here right now. And to update you guys who just joined us, for our third map, which is going to be the first Wrangle of the day, we won't be having Group C playing. We're going to have Group A, B, D, and E. And Group C that will not be playing, including these teams: Osja Esports, Not So Good Gamers, Hybrid, XRA, and SBD Vicious.
Yes, so again, if you don't see your favorite team, here's a reminder that the groups are rotating. So they could be back in the following round. You know, it's interesting that some of you even DM me asking, oh, why this team isn't playing in this match? Yeah, that's the reason, ladies and gentlemen. So a gentle reminder to all of you. But we're done with Rondo. So now let's head on to the OG map of Wrangle. It's going to be game number 3 today.
Ooh, a very southern flight path indeed. But will be SMB. We had once SMB in the last Wrangle map yesterday, Clown. We haven't got anything for the north yet.
I don't mind if it's SMB all day. So if it returns again, I'll take that. I'll take that. Flight path though
Evil
is...
guy.
I'm always. I never complain if it's an SMB.
True. It's always fun when it comes to SMB, and so far we haven't seen a lot of boat rides despite we had SMB yesterday though. But hopefully we have something different. We have too many different things going on in Rondo before. It's a good refresh, and also everybody got reset back to the original and classic of PUBG Mobile. No more recall towers, no more calling boulders and have a blunder. No more doing weird things, except for Joji, of course, with that vehicle. He can do it again one more time here.
If you were to do it, I guess it's the high ground of Novo, the satellite area, maybe. Other than that, Gaka Mountain, it's not like steep enough, right? Guess that's the best spot. But if he does it again, why not?
Probably gonna do it in Mirama. We're gonna wait Mirama for him. Oh, what a circle!
Well, it's an okay circle, I guess. Okay, after the SMB circle yesterday, I guess the players can use a bit of a chill moment here. A Gaka, but I wouldn't mind if it goes to the Gaka Mountain. That would be kind of nice kind of circle to see the teams just try to brawl it out to be the king of the hill. Now, let's see if there will be an early brawl here. So far, no indication. So I guess because they have played enough Wrangles by now, most teams already know like, okay, which spot is occupied and which spot is not.
But at least the circle's not far from everybody else, right? Everybody is quite close. But the one got advantage is going to be the one that ended up in the circle. Like ATS, we saw they are quite in the circle already. But whether they want to go north around Jogopol, North Jogopol area still covers by the circle as well. Since it's very vacant right now, if they go one step ahead and quickly compared to all the other teams, it will be a big advantage. And another team that's got himself in the circle quite early here is going to be GG. So GG, one of the most consistent team, I have to say. Compared to YG, yes, YG got a lot of eliminations when it comes to Rondo. That's how they actually put themselves forward and above everybody else. But if you take a Rondo out of equation, yes, they did score one time in the Wrangle for that chicken dinner, but GG always been there in the top 4.
Yeah, they are more consistent. I do agree with that. And they even have like good plays, like yesterday, Mirama, Davan, with a 1v3 clutch. That was a big highlight.
Yes.
I noticed that after the game yesterday, like Davan, he clipped that and put it on his own socials. But, did we just cast this curse, YG?
2 of them down in an instant, less than a minute. They managed to shut down by 1 second of K1J. I think they haven't reset their head that the fact there's no recall tower. Guys, there's no recall tower. This is a Wrangle, by the way. But at least they fought back. They managed to trade on 1 towards a K1J. But it's the damage done. Oh, instead of 2, it's actually just 1 player. So at least they got a bit of a trade. So not all out damage. I don't know why the bar is actually left with 2. But it is what it is. Maybe Seikla is a bit too low to actually register in the bar.
Yeah, I see a small dot there. Yeah. So it's only one eliminated, but they trade it back with K1J. It's like the first number 1 team trades with the number 20 team. So of course, if we talk about like who's even more desperate for points is surely K1J. So they wouldn't mind like that trade. They will take any points now.
I see what you did there. You're being nice, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
You can say first from above and first from behind. I mean, that's not wrong, technically.
Not at all.
But I mean, this is also a good. It just shows a good highlight just now that it don't really matter which team is actually in which ranking. It just shows that everyone got their firepower. There's no question asked. But what makes it very different between the best team, the great team, and the legendary team is how they bounce back in that situation. The way YG responded there, they did not hide, they did not neglect entirely Cloud despite his super low. They actually fought back.
Yeah, and at least they trade back 1 point, so that's okay. But now we're going to compare them with the consistent team. GG. Let's see if they can defend this one against CTS, and so far so good with no escape, stopping Rex from moving forward. But 3 of them managed to breeze through, and here comes Davan. He's very low on health, but he threw his body in, waiting for his other teammates to follow up. There's total trust there, but Davan has been eliminated though. Master D2K down as well, no escape. Trying to find his targets. They're all inside the building, so this molly will not connect at all. Cool can reset inside.
Oh, but on the side of Worm versus Escape, it's going to be a 1v1. But Cool managed to reset himself. He jumped down for Worm, and that's going to be a clean one. I think we can see the weakness of GG. So far, GG Esports hardly and rarely engage in early fights. They've been avoiding those early conflicts, and maybe this is the reason why. They probably did not expect this, and probably not well prepared when it comes to that kind of ambush coming up from CTS. And CTS is one of the teams that don't have a care in the world. We want to go, we just go.
Yeah, because if we look at like motivational level, right? Like CTS, they're at number 17 now. So they want to break into the top 16. So to them, it's like, okay, we'll do anything we can to bring in the points. And they won it against GG. But like what you said, right? GG, they were on the defensive stance. They had the compound first, but somehow they couldn't defend it when I thought they could. One of the interesting moves was when Davan only had like 30% health, but he rushed in, jumping down, and just threw his body. So, yeah, wasn't too sure what happened there.
Very questionable indeed. But that's the thing. Maybe they weren't expecting that kind of engagement coming from his CTS. We saw how unprepared and got down for them. But infamous Xaviera did not expect Nexus going rushing straight off the bat as well. Joji, can you actually do something extraordinary? He did it with cute Loki. Take it down, Migs. Nexus have to reposition himself. This is an open, flat plane of field. They need to find himself covers. With KK already bleeding out. The rest of KHI, Claire is on his own. Loki's been doing so much work for Nexus Vanguard by himself now.
Oh, and both Claire and Mix now down. Coca-Cola is there. But they have to be careful because right now, Nexus Vanguard, they are coming in. They want to collect those points. They want to collect their dues. Coca-Cola needs to win this fight, but that's okay. He gets one, he gets two! Coca-Cola! What a beautiful clutch! 10% of health left, and he won it!
That was brilliant. Mesmerizing indeed. But for KHI, they're not done and out of the woods yet. Infamous Xaviera just want to wipe them off while they're still licking their wounds. One of the members still bleeds out. They couldn't actually do anything with the blue zone arrive. Still stage 1. It's not too painful, but with the sudden wave of Infamous Xaviera will want to take advantage of their current situation. KHI have to responding it and have to respond to it quickly and instantly. But the circle also shifts at the same time. It's going to be a hospital for the next one. But based on where they are fighting for Infamous Xaviera and KHI, it's quite a long journey to deal with.
Oh, but here comes the rush in here on KHI. Claire still down, not up yet. And Coca-Cola arriving. Let's see if he can be the hero for the second time around. Ice cooking up the nade from behind. Coca-Cola gunned down by Ice. And now all they need to do is go up to the second floor, look for Jappy. Jappy is still alive inside the building. Claude Navigating around with the rest of K. Jappy's on the outside. They see Jappy. Now Jappy cornered. Jappy can't do much. And KHI out.
I don't blame KHI for that. They hardly have enough utilities to sustain after a back-to-back fight. After just now they're fighting against a different team. But YG, it's not a done yet out of the woods for them. Now they have to face against ATSX. Say Cloud kind of cornered down and trapped inside a very small building. Well, Momboy has got him tightly guarded. The moment he opens the door, it's going to be a done deal as Momboy will shut him down. ATSX, they try to scour every nook and cranny, trying to find the rest of the players of YG. But a different scenario on top of this building here. A bit of a maze for BG versus ATS. Oh, it's going to be a bit of ring around the rosy with this multiple level building.
Okay, Master Ichi. Which floor does he want to go? Okay, he sees his teammates though. But he's trying to clear off this building entirely, but nobody's home. Most of his opponents are on the other side. And we see Dre here on screen within the smoke, getting his buggy, retreating right now. Hoping for the best. Yaka spraying down, but thanks to the smoke, Dre is okay on the other side.
But it's going to be plenty of teams coming up very soon around the area of hospital. They couldn't actually extend this fight too long. ATS, they need to find a way into the hospital area inside of the building. If not, this stance where they actually at will bite them back later. Master Ichi really not giving them any free space at all to actually move around. They're kind of stuck down there for the side of Atherios of the Philippines. But on a different side, the coastline of where we have the oceans, actually a very good panoramic view, but it's going to be IQ versus MSI. IQ need this more than MSI right now.
Oh, Pretzel just got eaten up by XCYY. Eliminated with DBS. But if I saw the way yet, look at this. There's more to come. While we look at the position of all the other teams, most of them playing at the South Jogo pool. And the circle, oh my goodness, what sort of circle is this? Okay, it's not a militant race, but I'm cool with this.
With that 50% of land, not even 50, make it around 40% of land left with 13 teams still intact. That's not going to be enough space for everyone. For IQ, they tried to shut down MSI, but thanks to Raimon, they managed to come back and bounce. But the thing is, with only Raimon barely alive here, Nady and also Master Hong is still there. Is it going to be a 2v1? Oh, and that's going to be it. The shotgun does it work, but they need to quickly wrap things up because we saw how the circle is so excruciating painful to be the players now.
And now it's the turn of Time to Quick Esports to rush in onto ATSX. Momboy 2.0 deals a lot of damage onto the other side, and Zeo becomes the one to land the final blow. Bunny gunned down as well by Peanut. ATSX doing so far so good to defend their compound. It's still a full squad. And now it's Extreme. He knows that Gus is inside. He sees Gus. Gus shows up, but not able to get a knock on the Extreme. Gus forced to go back into the storeroom.
A risky game for Extreme with no helmet on, but Momboy's down on the ground as well. TTQ Miracle can actually do this with Gus. How about Gus is down on the ground as well, but we're not done. CTS is there as well as YG. Peanut tried to reset himself. Extreme on the ground with Bunny, taking him down. This is not great for TTQ, but at least they got the buildings. But for ATSX, it's down to only Peanut left. One little Peanut tried to take the whole wall by himself, and it's not going to be an easy task with him. Got the wall and even got the lower ground. Now all they need to do on the side of TTQ, just keep tossing those nades, and that forced Peanut back in the building and try to find the rest of them.
Oh, still on the lower ground. All alone with a shotgun in hand and an M4 as well. Gus is calling up for help, so the pressure is right now onto TTQ Bunny. You'll be able to save Miracle though. But while all that is happening, we shift forward to Yaku Radicals and CTS with Cool here on the other building. Sends a nail onto the second floor next door, but nobody's home. As Smile now, responding with a nade of his own just to be shot down by 1 second from K1J.
And YG have too much on their plate right now. It's not just CTS. It's going to be K1J from the other angle too. Monet is trying to give cover fire in case they kind of miss and overlook all the other teams. But where did those shots coming out from K1J actually coming out from? We barely can actually visualize it on our screen. We're looking at TTQ, BG, CTS. Where are they?
It's definitely off screen. Okay.
Oh, behind them.
Oh, but we still have like 40% water in this circle. Concentrated
Make it
around
50.
the South Jogo pool. And someone else just got eliminated. But okay, what I want to see is that what's going to happen on the southern side, on the outside of the circle, because we have like at least 3 or 4 teams there who needs to get in.
Including, that's going to be IQ. Infamous Xavier don't want to overextend the fight against IQ. So they take the opportunity, but unfortunately straight away get warm welcome by the rest of TTQ BG, whoever's guarding inside as well. And I think we off the one that actually fight towards Lion, but Lion did such a big play before this. I think he still got himself adrenaline pumped for now. But to get into the circle, they already got it. But it's a very small building for them to take covers as a 4.
Yeah, they have to make do with the building that they have because everywhere else is occupied. Unless if they want to take a fight, then it's going to be a different conversation. But IQ coming in late. Okay, this is a cause for concern. Last we checked, a lot of buildings in South Jogo Pool is occupied. So IQ, they have to think of a plan B.
We do know the fact the last team to enter in just now, Infamous Xaviera, will actually, if they actually pull through inside the same track they are following in Infamous Xaviera, that's going to be the end of it. It's an open space, Cloud. There's no more buildings that's vacant for the guys that are coming in late. It's going to be tough for them to get in, but at least they are playing on the hills instead. They know for a fact it's quite occupied for all the buildings here. So instead of going for those high grounds to take advantage of it.
I wonder if ATS can take advantage of any location. They are also in a similar situation of coming in later as well. But let's see how will IQ manage this. They're by the rim of the circle on this high ground, gathering as much information as possible, and Master Hong is going to make that active approach. But very smart, navigating the left side in. Nobody's there.
Yeah, I think they kind of keeping track with how the teams that were in Famous Xaviera who were fighting against them just now, but they're still trying to find a building. That's not available. How they take the route that should not be taken. Where to go? Master Hong. Oh, Master. Left, right, center. That's going to be it. It's YG taking those points away. If you took a left turn just all the way towards the coastline, you can actually also cover yourself a bit in the sand. But there's no building or barricade whatsoever. That's resorting him to actually take a U-turn, go back in the center, and we know there's no space for them.
Yeah, it was a forced move, right? But ATS, at least they found a little bit of space in the circle now, so they can still hold for this stage and see where stage 5 will take them. It's God7 and Dre, the final 2 players. And I believe by now everyone is in the circle. So we'll anticipate the next stage and we'll see where or which team will be forced to move. A lot of teams inside of South Jogo already have their own compound. It's totally understandable with this kind of circle. But it'll be nice if it gets pulled out to the left. And it will. All right.
With a 50% of water still, and we off. Got himself quite comfy up there. But there's also the spaces where at the coastline you can actually take some covers with slightly the barricade with the terrain instead. But quite risky, but at least ample spaces for you to move around freely. But all the teams is not inside of a circle. How to get out now?
Okay. But the ones on the right side, right? Okay, now we're starting to count like how many teams are there? 1, 2, 3, at least 4 teams. And that includes like Team Max is there. And then we have K1J there as well. Oh man, it's going to be a fight to get in. Look at this, K1J, they're starting to get into the water because they know there's not enough land space to go in.
Yep, and I think the worst case scenario in this scene right now is probably going to be Infamous Xaviera. They have to go through the back line where BG is at. And also, it's so difficult to find a spot. We saw what happened to his IQ before. But ATS, taking down on Max. They will have to force their way in by fighting. That's the only way for them to actually advance for the teams not inside of a circle. And Team Max is really striving to get into a spot. It's either you swim or you take a long rotation. Because right now they have less than 2 minutes to do so.
Okay. And Team Max, they chose to punch through. Okay, let's see. Not the best of results so far because one of their players down. But where else are they going to go? Because they're not by the river. At least like K1J, they can still play with the river. But Team Max, they can't. They have to play by land. And here comes another team as well. Rushing in on the Burmese goals. Time for Burmese goals to defend this one. Yatka gets clawed.
Now they try to save for the rest of Infamous Aviera. Like you mentioned before, this is the toughest spot that they can be in. It's two different angles. They are coming in as a rush for BG. They try to flush out the rest of Infamous Aviera. He got himself on the second floor. But for Lil Yatka, he's trying to force him down. Maybe toss towards the stairs. Another one trying to pick out through a small window. But he's jumping out already. Nobody guarding from the outside. Both of the BG is actually indoors. While Master Ichi is a bit too far.
Oh.
By what an angle! Are you kidding me? That was such precision from Yaka.
Okay, somebody passed the math test. Knows how to measure the angle. And that's going to be Yatka securing another elimination point. Burmese goals on the roll. 10 eliminations as of now. They are unstoppable this round.
But they're not done yet. A Max use on the ground. Now only iTex to do all the work for the side of Team Max. Oh, how to get out from this. But ATS got 7. So it's spotted out by BG. BG is having the greatest time. They got themselves 10 eliminations just where they are standing here, Cloud. With Godspeed bleeding out, there's no problem. They can actually just pick him up while gunning people down. But the next circle, it still comprises a bit of water or not.
Oh, okay, we're waiting for that. Okay, there's still a bit of water. That's like about 10%, but it's good enough right now to just torture these players in the battleground, especially those on the right side. K1J especially still needs to push forward as Mernat will be in front. They kind of know that Mernat is there, but it's hard to find that angle against him. And Mernat is playing the off angle to support Smile in case needed.
Yeah, but it's very crafty where Mernat is actually standing. You can see, but you can learn the bullet precisely where you want it to be. It's some sort of small ditch, but I think 1 second creeping up from behind as well. It's not all safe for YG at all, but for Team Max, they're stuck down here. They've been surrounded by the rest of BG. The moment they get out, that's TTQ on the other side, waiting to gun them down as well. But for BG, they reposition themselves, knowing that TTQ, they heard those movement coming up from behind. TTQ repositioning to get closer towards the coastline, while they try to get into the center of a circle. But don't forget about ATS. There's Dre outside that nobody actually noticed him in yet.
But K1J, they noticed the two players of Yanku Gaticos here. And somehow he chose to join his teammate Mernat. Okay, that's interesting because they're on the outside of the circle right now. And Gus from TTQ gets Mernat. And from afar. Okay, that's an indirect assistance. But looks like from the side, iTurks from Team Max gets him instead. Oh man, at this point, all the teams are so close, you cannot simply show yourself.
Not even through the window. There's everybody's watching around the window. And iTurks is actually the last person for Team Max as well. If he can actually score that one elimination, it will actually give so much value for the team. But they managed to reach it as a 2. He managed to pick back up his teammate. But the nades flying over. K1J did actually open fire behind YG. And Benet has been there for the longest time. He knows exactly where they're at. If they're not inside of the blue zone, definitely they already jumped down for the swim. Now they try to fish out the rest of K1J. And 1 second, he needs to find himself a sort of a wall to avoid the flying bullets from above by YG. But wow, to go to that extent for Smile, really wanting those points away. They couldn't do a thing about this.
Oh, it's revenge time for Smile. But oh, wait a second, who shot him? Oh, it's Minus. Minus. Oh no. Another team just had to butt in. Mernat, can he pick up Smile? Does he have enough time though? The blue is behind them.
Oh, abandoned. Oh, it just stopped at the exact angle.
Wow.
But how to pick out? They're
wait.
probably going to be in the same boat as K1J. But thanks to this smoke, probably Minus couldn't spot them out. But it's going to be the same boat for both of these teams right now. The nade did not clip any of them, thanks to the boulders currently kind of blocking all those explosion. But Sam managed to land on one. Mane know exactly where they're at right now. All he needs to do, keep tossing in the same angle. But Minus is not giving them a very happy moment at all.
Oh, yeah, Miner. He's the one that's stopping these two teams. Amerna, he's out of nades. He does have a molly, though. But he's going to close the gap. Get into the water. Can he do it quick enough? Because at the same time, he has to go away from the blue. K1J is waiting. Do they know? Are they still looking up? Are they looking at the water? Oh, they're looking at the water right now. And Muzu. Mernat now down. 1 second now, showing up to save his teammate. Smile still able to get Newsy. Oh, man.
Blue zone. Oh, blue zone. Smile has to move. Monet's bleeding out. He couldn't reach out thanks to winning our future, giving the pressure to a side of YG as well. K1 did manage to stay alive thanks to them. But on the rest of the side of YG, they couldn't get out. And Monet finally taken down by K1J as well. How for Master Smile to climb out? He needs to get out of here instantly.
It's crazy how persistent Smile is together with Merlat. Okay, not the right time to make any mistakes, okay. Alright, that's a smoke. Yeah, that's a smoke there, tossed across. So it's going to block the view of K1J so they can move slightly forward. But he also has to be aware of the blue behind him and also from the teams beside him. SayCloud managing items at the same time and Smile slowly edging into the circle.
We need to play this very carefully. Overpick will cost him his life. They also team max another player, you on the other side. And SayCloud already knocked down by the blue zone. There's nobody can take care of the flank on the side of YG. Master Smile, he tried to find any covers possible, but you is on the other end. He doesn't have any first aid. He still managed to secure one. K1J, that trio stuck down there thanks to winning of future. Now Master Smile in an open space. It's all about Weoff to actually finish him off. He got that small shack. He doesn't have first aid. Can he survive this?
Oh my goodness, Chuchu. This is an insane solo survival run by Smile. He managed to find his shack. And now with the bandages that he has, he can heal back up to 80%.
And I have to pray that K1J was shut down by Weoff. Because right now, Weoff still have those tight eyes towards this corner. While TTQ and BG seems to be busy against each other. So I guess the only one that actually have to get out is K1J. They definitely would take it out by the blue zone first.
Oh man, I'm still awed by the fact that Smile was able to survive that. That was insane. But now the circle shifts again to the left side. So again, Smile has to move forward. But this time K1J will be waiting. If he's able to pull out a clutch 3 players from K1J here. I don't know what else to say about this guy.
It all depends on Weoff. If they actually look at the exact time where Smile opened the door. And this is the imposter newsy for K1J. He couldn't get out of here. For K1J, they stuck themselves. And Smile is really depending on the respawn of Weoff, but the blue zone is here. He needs to slowly get out. The door's open. Newsy alerted. The rest of K1J now have their guard up. But lucky enough for Smile, he still got the smokes. But the smoke... Minus again. He steals it away. And down to 4 we go.
Honestly, with the fact that Smile is able to last that long is already very impressive. But now, top 4 teams here. Who's going to score this chicken dinner? And also, Burmese goals. They scored the last chicken dinner. Now they're in the top 4.
Lucky for winning a future. All they have to do is K1J or BG, Burmese goal and TTQ. They know about each other already by now. The one that they're unclear about is going to be winning a future. Now, can they actually see the future and kind of predict they might actually score the chicken or not? BG not the best situation still, despite the percentage due to the firepower, but Blue Zone were close on their side first. They need to leave and force TTQ out to get that to happen.
Oh, Nate. And at the same time, the blue Burmese Ghost will be forced to move out this compound. Very, very little space for them to play with. Oh, but TTQ eliminated. Okay, they have some space to move forward right now. And they do have a trio. K1J is on the other end. Okay, who's going to make the first move here to be out in the open?
Oh, it's go time. BG, they have to climb the wall up. K1J, there's an open space. They got the advantage for BG. If they can score back-to-back chicken, this is the time. But they have to be extra careful about winning a future. Master Ichi spotted out K1J. It's a clear view, but the shots coming out from the Weoff, making it so difficult for BG with the Blues are coming in. Got speed, need all the speed he needs. Oh, Minus and Lucky might have scored this one. BG falling into shambles as he tries to focus on the other side of K1J. Now to only BG 2v2 with Weoff. BG, they got slight high ground. Those elevations were put out well, but the smoke. Yucca been blinded. Can he spot them out?
Oh, and Burmese goes right now, 16 eliminations, looking for more. Godspeed will be naded down by Minus. Yatka 1v2 at this moment. He has to evade those nades, and he will do so. The smoke is still blinding him, but the molly as well, putting damage onto Yatka on the left side. On the right side, it's going to be WYOF Weoff with the chicken dinner.
Winning a future, I have to give a credit to none other than Minus. He's deserving of the MVP this round, keeping a lot of team, including K1J and YG, at bay for the longest time. But finally, we get to see winning a future to get themselves that first chicken in this season. And it's good to see new faces as well up here. And I have to say, that was such resilience and discipline shown by Weoff. I mean, they did not leave. They waited patiently.
Yeah, they had a good spot. They not only stop Burmese goals at the end, but they also kind of disrupt Genesis Esports as well at some point. Man, they had a good spot. They had a very good spot with the circle also favoring them, that all they needed to do was just to look down on all the other teams that are across them. And towards the very end, yes, they were forced to move out of the compound, but we got to give it to them. They set up the smokes really well to go for a 2v2 fight against Burmese Ghosts at the very end. So the smokes that they did, that was down to strategy, down to tactics, and it absolutely worked out for them.
Yeah, those blinded Yotka badly, to the point that Yotka didn't know the direction where those shots coming out from. But I have to give it, Minus did so much damage to so many teams out there. It was such a nuisance that it's very entertaining to watch. Lucky, Yolos and Zen being eliminated quite early. They've been working as a duo where all the other teams were trying to fight and take each other down, like TTQ versus BG. And on the side of Weoff, since they only have 2 players down, they managed to wipe up the rest, like K1J, including YG, Young Galacticos, and only 2 players. They managed to score 10 elimination, 5 for each of them.
And it's shown, right? Like, by the damage output of Minus, like what you said, he was the one that was very annoying to the other teams because of his damage output. 758, way ahead as compared to all these other teammates. And it was also converted to eliminations as well, right? So great work by him. Well, we check out the best moments here for their chicken dinner.
Well, Lucky stands up for his names till the very end coming up, but nonetheless, even though they got themselves the chicken, but BG scored more when it comes to elimination, topping off the chart at number 1 with 22 points. No chicken, no problem indeed.
Yep, no chicken dinner, no problem because of the 16 elimination haul by Burmese Goals. So even though no chicken dinner, still they're at number 1. So it's pretty similar like how they were like in the previous round. Yeah, they scored the chicken dinner, but this time, no chicken dinner, still at number 1. So we can still say that Burmese Goals is now on track back again. And for all the teams in this round, gotta big up to them. Nobody went out empty-handed.
Yep, at least there's no zero. But this is the first time I'm looking at GG getting himself at the very bottom. With CTS without any placement points, 6 eliminations out of 4 coming out from GG. They wiped out early on. GG, they did not expect. They kind of rushed way too early coming up from CTS before. Now, CTS should be a team that should be feared by a lot of them out there because how unpredictable their movement are. But we're back to the overall ranking. YG still taking the lead, but it's slightly shrinked down by BG in between them at second place. 72 points for BG and YG stands at 89. Can they get 100 by today?
Ooh. I mean, today we are playing up to 7 matches, so we need to look back at the rotations later. But even if it's like they don't play all the maps today, then yeah, I mean, it's only 11 points away for them to hit 100, and it's very, very doable.
All they need to do is play 2 more maps later on to secure 10 maps for the run because they got all 8 maps running already for YG. But IQ is still stuck down there at the 20th place, while Team Max also seems like in the same boat. I feel like there's not much changes on the second page, and they are struggling, these teams. They are really indeed.
Yeah, but we also have a change though. What I noticed is that ATSX, they were at number 16. Now they're pushed down. So they're in the danger zone too. Before we talk more about who's in the danger zone, the top 4 teams here, Burmese Goals with 16 eliminations and they only had a full squad time of 7 minutes, 11 seconds. But YG, okay, we saw the very early elimination, but still they're able to get up to top 3. Playing as a trio, majority of the round, still able to perform.
YG engage way too early. Just now we saw a couple of clashing of their drop spot early on. That's hence a lot of teams having a bit of a struggle since the start, but we have to give it to Minus. He's so patient. I give him that. So disciplined and patient. He's been waiting at the same angle for the longest time to take out YG and also K1J. And that's effort well put out and fruitful for the side of Minus.
Yep, Minus the MVP. That was so annoying to all the teams out there. But ladies and gentlemen, before we come back for more PUBG Mobile action, we're going to take a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult, and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings. no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile v4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has two firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4X scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasure sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
We are back, ladies and gents, as the halfway breakthrough, because we still have 4 more maps to go with the day 2 of PUBG Mobile Challenges League Fall Season 2025. I'm Chuchu, and joining me none other than amazing and very goofy always, Sir Cloud. We have so much good highlights again today.
We have the Joji moment, we have the Boulder moment, we have the recall and immediate elimination moment. I mean, give us more rondos. I could have rondo all day. But ladies and gentlemen, in case you thought that you heard Choo Choo wrong, it's like, wait, 4 more maps? Yes, today is a total of 7 maps. So stay tuned with us. And also, stay tuned to our phone of the season here. Thank you so much to Techno for being together with us. And Techno Pova 7 Ultra 5G that is built for winners. With this, if you play your PUBG Mobile, it supports up to 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth and competitive gameplay. And if you look at the size, its screen is 6.67 inch, 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz refresh rate that is super duper smooth. Not to mention battery life 6000 mAh with 70 watts ultra charging and 30 watts wireless charging. Pova 7 series is the phone for PUBG mobile players.
Yeah, there you go. Mouthful, but there's so many features. And I like the fact the battery is big, so it just shows that how you can play non-stop with the update version of PUBG, of course, which makes things so smoother alongside with Pova 7 series just now. It's gonna be update for you guys, super smooth graphic available, which you can update your PUBG Mobile to the version 4.0 and enjoy the smoothest battleground. And there's no more reason for you not to be the best out there. Maybe even be the one of the teams in the next PMCL. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows, right? Start off with PUBG Mobile with the new update as well. And what comes together with the new update is the spooky Soiree, together with the version 4.0 of PUBG Mobile, and it is dropping within this September and October, which happen to be the month of Halloween. So stay tuned for more spooky fun. And I really can't wait to see that cat in the middle there.
And don't forget, I think a lot of fans are waiting for this one as well. That's gonna be the collaboration with none other than G-Dragon himself, where he said, "My game, my rule, and my survival." So make sure you guys stay tuned with the launch date. For the PC version, it's gonna be September 10th. Console will be September 18th. And the mobile version of PUBG Mobile is going to be September 19th. So make sure you guys stay tuned, all the K-pop fans out there. But we're going to be back in the Rango in less than 30 seconds.
Oh, 20 seconds? Okay. Back in Irango, people. And of course, today we're going to play 4 Irangos. This is going to be Irango number 2 for today. Match number 10 of week number 1, day number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's hop into Irango.
I'm starting off laughing because this flight path will wear the last few circles just now we witnessed before the break. And it was a very tricky circle. Now it makes me super excited what to expect for this map of Erangel next. We have very extremely painful circles so far, but at least any consolation, it's a very beautiful flight path, dividing the map evenly from the south to the north, and everybody can drop wherever they fancy. But it's always about, will the circle make it easier or not?
Yeah. Me to the base, I wouldn't mind. Or somewhere truly at the corner, like even like a Milta Power, that's kind of okay as well. So that's going to be kind of nice too. But we'll wait and see. So far, the circles have been interesting. Even though we thought that, left side, Gaka circle, going to be standard. But no! It had to pull all the way to Jogo Pool with water, even at the last circle. But while we wait for that to happen, again, we're going to see another fight inside of Pochinki. So welcome back, Osja versus Misfit International.
There's no surprise. I think this is the second time we're looking at that. Oh, we got a Northern Circle finally for the first time in this season. Please go up to Savannah. Why not? But back towards the Battle of Pochinki, Osja Esports versus Misfit International. I think this is round 2 between these two teams.
And nobody is in Saverny, so it's now the race for the top. But before that, this is the 3rd time that they clash with each other inside of Pochinki.
Okay.
First, it was Osja winning. Second, it was neutral because both sides decided not to fight. But this time, they both decide to stay and fight. And Misfit International, they want revenge.
Why not? Third time's a charm, perhaps. But MSI, Misfit International, they scored chicken yesterday, they scored chicken today. They definitely have so much confidence right now when it comes to their firepower. But it's a different case scenario if you compare it with Rondo before. Now there's the real Momboy. And why do I have to say the imposter? Why cannot they have their own names? But yeah, of course, back to this Osja Esports. They seemingly very adamant about wanting this place, not willing to let it go. I think always MSI who actually part ways to give them the space. So we'll see this time whether they will commit from the side of Misfit International or not.
So we'll wait for that to conclude later on. Or maybe it's going to be a truce between them. We don't know yet, right? Maybe they changed their mood. But for GG, they'll be hoping to have a better round this time. Earlier, they got crashed in the same area and they lost the defense. So they only managed to collect 1 point. But back onto Pachinki now. Looks like it's a bit of a stalemate. Maybe partly it's because the Pachinki area is also in the circle.
That's kind of true. Maybe they're waiting for the good time or perfect timing to actually leave. Or maybe not. Gunsfire is warning shots only. Feng is down. But for anybody from Osja Esports to actually reach out, then it's going to be Nung-Ax, the closest one. For him to actually get out to go and help, who actually jeopardized the entire crew of Osja Esports standing position. So for Feng, he needs to slowly go out without being noticed by MSI. But at the same time, Nung-Ax, it was super crucial for him to actually wait on top. Now they're being surrounded by MSI. I don't think they are aware that they're too close right now. Leave, yeah. They're leaving instantly.
Feng is up again. By range now on the rooftop. Trying to sniff out the members of Osja. With Scar L, we hear gunshots. But nobody's knocked yet. So it's probably like warning shots. Trying to get lucky. Oh, support. Alone in the building, surrounded by Misfit.
Momboy's gonna get it kicked close. Last time I saw Momboy haven't checked this corner yet. He was checking every single room where he's at. Oh, the nade's coming in. They haven't got a clue yet. It was just by random toss. Here comes another. Maybe they spot him out. It's Momboy exactly. He saw it from right on top. And the nade's draining over on support. There's no way Osja Esports can actually save him from this point of view. In Nung-Ax, remember he abandoned his post just now. They couldn't see the movement of Misfit International. That's just how crucial for him to not leave the post. But he needs to help Feng just in the moment. But for support, there's no way they can save him. Top have to leave as well.
Oof. Still bleeding out though, so as long as he's still in, there is a small chance. But if Osja don't respond back, then surely they will lose their teammate. Now, Momboy will be the one holding him hostage in the same building. But I think he will lose patience. There you go.
Yeah.
First blood. Give it to Momboy, the real Momboy.
They know it's a bait if they go and try to save him. Unfortunately, they have to sacrifice support in that terms. But for Osja, with only 3 players on their side, do they still want to commit to take Pachinki, or just going to gear up and loot up and have to leave? Because if they want to leave, I mean, last time we saw not many players might actually go past Pachinki just to get into Savani or Roshawk. But high chance it's going to be plenty of fights across Mansion, because some teams actually dropping themselves on the right side of a map around Lipovka. So even if they stay a bit longer, it will be okay. But the fact that Momboy and the rest of the gang of MSI is hunting them down, oh, we have a new visitor coming in, TTQ.
And we also have movement here by ATS, and this on the left side around hospital. A very cautious move, I would say. But interesting, right? Because you're only at stage 1. Like, you have so much space to navigate, to move around. Like, you don't really need to that's the place that I still want to go to. Even though there's someone in front, that you can still rotate somewhere, but they still like, let's see if we can get somebody. We're hungry for points.
And that might be one of the many reasons. Another reason possibly is just because how unpredictable Circle is in this league right now. They need to get in any spot of the circle as possible, especially the northern side. Last time we saw nobody's up there because the flight path just happened to be more toward the south. It's too north for the circle just now. And everyone, whoever is not in the circle in the first stage, will want to get as much space on the north as possible. It's either they abandon their looting phase entirely and get themselves vehicle to be in the north as fast as they can, or like how the others are actually doing, loot and actually get into it. But there are chances that some teams who already land themselves in the circles not moving yet. So that's potential. They're still going to steal some clashes early on. But at least this time we feel like it's a bit more segregated, Cloud, compared to the last one. Not many fights going on.
Yep. I guess like now it's already like the almost coming to the halfway mark, right? So everyone's like, okay, looking at their points and telling themselves that let's not take unnecessary fights. But this circle might force them to, especially if they want to get those top premium positions with that river in the middle. Teams will still need to decide on like which premium position I want to go for, whether it's going to be shooting range or maybe even a raw out area so that they can cross over when the circle hard shifts later.
Yeah, that's actually a hard decision to make. To pick on the north or the south of Rosshok, that's the thing. But Fire's shot, Geshai Jaffe taking out Infamous Xaviera. Claire trying to follow up as well. If you look at their guns, right, the AUG, the rifle's actually not that stocked up when it comes to ammunition like Jappy's case. He barely got enough to actually spray that over.
But the fight here with NGGZ, Michi. 1v2, is behind him, providing that support. But Michi has to fend for himself for now with the DBS. He will get clawed, and he will finish him off. Oh, not yet. Forsaken, jump shot. Beautifully executed with S12K, and Claude will be saved.
It's not done yet. They're not out of the woods. But for that's going to be try to go for the survival instead. Infamous Xaviera, unfortunately, down to only one last player. Do the rest of not so good gamers want to take advantage they can, and they are rushing into it. They need to save Michi, but for the side of Forsaken, there's no saving grace at all. But we have a new contender here, KSI, if I'm not mistaken, circling around. Might want to take advantage, matters into their hands. Lion couldn't do much. If he revealed himself right now, there's no way out. Look at how many teams around him.
And as long as he stays here and he gets the circle, he can stay here for quite long, I would say. So just be there, he can just leave his phone, go get a cup of coffee, make instant noodles.
Pick. Somebody will pick.
I'm trying to be positive for him, right? Like at least you have instant noodles, you have coffee, you have hot chocolate, you calm yourself down. Hey, but inside of Pochinki, these two teams, they cannot stay calm now. The blue is saying hello.
I'm surprised they overstayed themselves too long, not even moving that much, especially Osja Esports, because they barely got enough now. Got nothing.
They wouldn't have to share bandages. On the elimination feed, Ryujin gets one traveler. Okay, not securing the elimination point yet. Okay, try to get another one. But the Pochinki too. The Pochinki, stage 3. Can someone remind them that it's stage 3 already?
What's concerning is they're not willing to move to make any loot as well. But for Hybrid, they'll be proactively trying to find themselves some space and hunting people down. Hash, I think it's going to be with Kako. Usually there's going to be a deadly duel between these two, with Ryujin taking the lead as well. Well, that's a quick elimination coming out. The first team to be out in this map. But, well, yep, back to Pochinki.
And Feng is down. So at least some level of progress there. Range will finish him off. And top is very low. I'm not sure how many healing utilities does he have. I believe last we checked he only had one first aid, and that's pretty much about it. But now for Misfit International, time for them to move. Pretzel, he has 3 first aids with 8 bandages. It's okay for now, but now top will fire back. But great response by Raimon from the rooftop. And Osja eliminated number 15, 0 points this round. It's now a 1-1 for the Pochinki fights between the two.
It's a very questionable why Osja is not. I mean, like, I understand they're kind of stuck in that corner for a bit, but there's so many space from the exit out. They can actually get themselves some looting to go on. But we're back to it. It's on the outskirts of Shelter. Yeah, it's gonna be Hybrid XRA versus ATS, who's trying to be the gatekeeper of any of the teams. They are fighting for the position and try to keep all the other teams that lurking around at bay on the outskirts as well. But we see there's around like, well, I assume there's probably going to be 5 teams by end of this round or this stage later on that will pass through here.
Yeah, that's where it will be chaotic. That's what we want to see. But now for ATS1, just right below Hash. Oh, he popped that smoke, so now they know he's there. But Chi from afar gets Hash. Nice cover fire support.
Feels very scattered here for all the teams right now. Hash couldn't be safe. Usually he always with Capo. They are very separated, while the other two are going for a different team entirely. That's gonna be a K1J. I saw the rest of the teammate. They're not actually trying to give any help at all.
Not sure though, like why is everyone like frozen? But maybe it's a lack of information. That's what I can think of. Anyway, that will allow Amin to go in. But the moment Team Max drops by, Ryujin is ready. Gets Treasy, gets you, Team Max. Oh no. The moment they step in, 2 eliminated. And Team Max, they cannot afford this kind of losses. They're now at number 20 and they need the points.
Speaking about the points, the circle shifted. Hot shift all the way towards the fork of Rosehawk River. And that's going to be a tough one. A lot of team coming out already all the way towards the north, towards none other than the foot mountain of shooting range. And now they have to U-turn to be at Rosehawk Fork once more. And that's going to be a tough one. Not many teams were around there. And there's only one towards the other side of the opposite of the river. I think that's only like, what, one team. And it was GG, I think. But the rest of them have to scour the spaces they have left on the north of the river of Rosehawk.
And here comes NGGX against Nexus Vanguard. Okay, passing by, scouting Nexus Vanguard at the patrol station. Are they gonna crash in? There's only 2 of Nexus Vanguard though. Oh, NGGX. They decided to go for it. And Superboy went down, the star player for Nexus Vanguard by Q Loki. Off angle, knock. And that will buy a little bit more time for them to reset in the gas station.
Smokes popped. Michi tried to give covers while they tried to revive on that one player, but they couldn't actually make it on time. Michi, you have to deal with 2 different angles entirely. They're very different information given between himself. Georgie is there, taking a 1 down. Georgie can make it 2. Close enough. And then make sure that he can try to save not so good gamers by the end of the day, but KK make it difficult. Nexus Vanguard. They need to go and save Joji. KK is here. It's going to be towards the blue zone. Is willing to do all the way out there with Loki giving cover fire at the back as well. It's going to be tough, but not so good gamers have to bow out early on.
And not so good gamers. 3 elimination points this round. Nexus Vanguard already 4. But some of them are tanking the blue. Okay, can they escape in time? Praying hard that they'll be able to do so. Too bad for Joji. He will still succumb to the blue.
Next, Kane. Looking at the migration of all the other teams, they're trying to just somehow spray and pray, hoping it will somehow knock down on one player. But for K1J, well, you don't want to battle against the blue zone right now. There's not many teams actually inside of Circle. Even Hybrid Capo taken out by the blue zone, and Men is still fighting against BG next. How on earth, after they're done with Nexus, and now they're going not so good gamers, and now it's like all over the place for the players of Nexus and also Hybrid XRA. They're kind of stuck in between. They are hammed down sandwich between 2 right now.
And you called it, Chu. That's exactly what's happening right now. And cute Loki, lots of damage to Amin, but lucky for him, he is able to get into the other side. The smoke is still active though. But Burmese Ghost is still around. Oh, but here comes! Oh, EG forced to turn back thanks to the nade.
Oh, it's not done yet. There's another contender coming up from their off angle here. From their right side. It's going to be K1J. Look at how clustered up there in the north. CTS will be interested to be taking the part of that fight, but the circle make it so much difficult. But at least it's good gamers, a good game. Esports actually getting the upper hand at the very south. They're not having too much of a contender except for one team, of course. But the teams that's fighting on top of here, it's gonna be a bloodbath with Min taking down on Superboy. And it's gonna be more coming up very soon, Cloud.
Oh, here comes another nade by Yaka. Now cooking up his next nade. Where's Amin? Behind the building all alone, but bumps into the two players of Burmese Ghost, and it is unknown that eliminates him. But still they're able to lock in 8 eliminations. That's a lot. But nevertheless, now we'll put back our focus on the Burmese Ghost rushing in. And they want those elimination points for themselves. Opponents within the smoke, and Burmese Ghost will overcome them. Nexus Vanguard's out.
Burmese Ghost on the rise with 5 eliminations in the back with 4 players still well and alive. Now, GG, they got this warehouse, that's done. Time to quick. Almost got completely obliterated by No Escape with that shotgun. What's remaining? It's going to be Zuki reviving his mate, but they know exactly where they're at. Oh, Gus.
Ooh.
A bit over toss on the side of GG. Here comes another.
Oh,
And
oh,
another
oh.
one knocked down once more. Straight for the rush while his teammate Zuki will have to leave. But the moment he left, I don't think that he can go safely unscathed as well for Zuki. He's just next to Lion.
Oh, and Lion doesn't have the circle now. Is he going to pull the trigger against Zuki? He definitely saw that. Okay. He's pulling the nade. One nade to rule Zuki. Oh, lots of damage.
Oh, there you go.
That's a nice chill one.
Yeah. And I think it was somebody else that actually knocked down on Zuki. It wasn't Lion. Was it?
It was Lion.
It was twice just now. I saw Zuki on the kill feast. Oh, never mind. It should be Lion with a nade just now. But nonetheless, back to at K1J. They still have the 2-player. This is so clustered up here, Cloud. There's barely space for everyone up here. I have a feeling GG Esports might actually score a chicken.
GG?
They're down there. Nobody's Nobody is actually contesting against them. They're at the south.
True. I'm looking at Burmese Ghost, but Burmese Ghost is also part of the teams at the north. So GG, they stand a very good chance. They are in Rosa. Okay, they just need to deal with Misfit. If they can deal with Misfit, they're on the clear.
And Misfit is a very sneaky team as well. They know exactly all those loopholes against the defense of GG Esports. But the circle, this will determine who actually get the chicken or not. If it move upwards, it's a done deal. Then GG, there's no more good game for them then. But if shift downwards once more, high chance the south team will actually win. But never mind, they have to cross the river as well. Oh boy.
This is where we can call GG well played to GG and Misfit as well. Oh man. Unless if one of them gets out alive, then we'll see how they cut across. But I don't see any gatekeepers. So maybe one of these teams can actually make it into the north.
Might be. There's just a tiny bit of the circle just now that's not so far from them. But on the side of CTS, they got the compound. They got the circle. But can they defend? There's going to be a 3-way of angle. 3 angles they have to cover for TTS. It's down to the snaking time for these guys. Overpeaking will definitely punish you instantly on the ground. But for MSI and GG, let's look who is going to be the king of the south.
Come on. Gets a knock. At least he defends his own building. Oh, Molly sent to Raimon. And Raimon goes down to the hands of Astro. GG. Doing so far so good, but they still have range. They're still alive.
Someone trying to find the last man standing. Ooh. It's just in that very small shack, but the Blues and help the one anyhow. And GG, it's gonna be the one that's taking the crown of the South so far. MSI being eliminated. At least they're not going empty-handed. But don't forget Lion. He's still shooting against these guys. And Escape being knocked down. I think that's by Lion. Is waiting around the corner. Not just that, it's IQ. Out of nowhere, the left side, the West team suddenly opened fires against GG Esports, who's trying to cross the bridge, trying to cross this river. It's a river of death by now.
And the moment they dock themselves, IQ will be ready. Oh man, that angle by IQ, it's going to be hard for GG. But the good news is that they are in the circle. So let's see if they will be able to somehow hide themselves. Or maybe IQ gets distracted. But look at this. The good news is that Ichi managed to get up. And you will see Davan. Davan goes down. So now GG only has Astro left.
It seems a bit grim on the side of GG. Was just a very short winning moment for them when they won against MSI on Misfit International. For Astro, this is a dead end for him. He picked up his Master Ichi waiting the rest of Burmese goal, craving for more blood. They got themselves 12th elimination. And today is really the awoken of the Burmese goal here today. They got themselves the second chicken dinner of the day in the second Rondo map. High chance they still can get it with this momentum.
Unless Astro says no. But don't poke the bear. Now they will want revenge against Astro. Where is he going to go? At least he's in the circle, so that's still okay. But surely the circle will go 100% land. And Astro, no circle at all. And BG, now they want revenge.
Oh boy, here comes, Master Ichi to seal the deal. Well, he's a Master Ichi that we've known for a long time. Definitely, he will never disappoint in that moment. We're down to 4. Is it going to be a 3v4? The only team with a full squad. IQ, can they actually do it, Cloud? From the bottom, from 0 to hero, this might be it.
And here's Mix with a high ground advantage. We'll get one. And that's going to be KHI defending their ground, but they need to pick up Mix right now, and they have to do it quick before Burmese Ghost comes by. And here is the nade from Master Ichi. That will put a lot of pressure on the KHI.
Oh, Master Ichi spotted out IQ. Remember we mentioned hopefully they can actually got the chicken. Completely shut down by Burmese goal. But KHI, oh wow, what a spray by Unknown as well. That cleans up the rest of IQ. Well, we have almost 3 teams because CTS is struggling as well. High chance, can Burmese goal do it again?
Oh, this day. Ooh, close one. Another nade set across. KHI not having a good time because CTS right now shooting from behind as well. Almost getting Club. And Club will go down to the hands of Demios. Master Ichi will get mixed with a nade. Cool will lock in the elimination onto Club as well. KHI have been eliminated at number 3. Now it's between Burmese Goals and CTS.
Got sandwich hot by CTS and Burmese goal now. CTS, can they finally land their first chicken dinner? But Burmese goal, they want 2 chicken in a day. This might be their second chance with a high percentage with more firepower on this side. A 3v2. Plenty of smokes on Burmese goal side and plenty of throwables as well. On the side of CTS, all they have to do is be strategic about the position. At least the circle, we have no clue who will favor for the next one. If it favors CTS, they can still hold the ground. It's in between. It's all about who made the first mistake, despite they have lesser number for CTS, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, it's definitely not. But first, ideally, if they can clear off Unknown, being the support player with the high ground, then we'll be talking. That has to be their priority, but obviously it's not going to be as easy as just to tap away onto Unknown. Unknown, he does have the terrain to protect him. 20 more seconds before the zone starts to close, and Burmese Ghost will need to move forward. While for CTS, I think they need to move as well. They need to leave the comfort of this building.
Yep, there's no way this building will be in the next circle anyhow, because there's no more circle when it comes to stage 9. And the moment they leave that building, it's going to be a clear view for the side of Burmese School to shoot them down. At least on the side of Burmese School, the terrain will actually be their best barricade. But Cool made his way out. the moment he pop his smoke, the rest of the BG around the slope of the hill will start to march in, including Master Ichi who's tossing the nade. We saw how impeccable his grenade tossed before. He's trying to do another one. They're taking the middle ground instead. The fight will be here where Cool's at. Well, the circle will have to shrink, but here comes Unknown coming in and pushing forward. Straight in the face of Cool. Can Demius cover fire?
Oh, Soiree's needs a lot of damage to Unknown. Now Unknown needs the time to heal up, but Unknown gunned down immediately by Cool, making it a 2v2 at this point. Ichi releases a few bullets, but for their teammate Unknown, he's bleeding out right now as Cool will navigate around the high ground. Cool is in critical situation as well. He does have the first aid, but before that he gets Yatka. Now CTS only has Master Ichi left to deal with.
But Cool resetting himself. Miscalculation on the side of PG cost them dearly. Cool coming up from above. It's a clear view. He can shoot. He didn't wait, but he took him a bit time. BG, despite they had a tree, a miscalculation, overconfident of the two players remaining on the side of CTS seems to be their strength after all. CTS finally get their first ever chicken dinner in the PMCL Fall 2025.
Well, Cool wasn't in a hurry at the very end. He had that very high top, and he knows exactly where the last player of Burmese Ghost was at, and all he needed to do was just move forward, get that angle, and the rest was history. Very straightforward. But before that happened, he had to win a few fights, and because of that, that opened up the opportunity for CTS to lock in their chicken dinner. And CTS is one of those teams on page number 2 that needs all the points to be in the top 16. So great work by Cool and the rest of CTS.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how they've been rising up their game in the last one as well, where they suddenly changed their tempo aggressively in the last Wrangle map. They were charging towards GG Esports, trying to gain as much elimination as possible. They try to balance their aggressiveness and their rotation, how they navigate throughout the entire map, and balancing that with the chicken dinner this time is definitely a big win for them. And for the side of CTS, how far it is for them to be in the top 3, you're gonna have to wait and see for the overall scores later.
Oh yeah, we will need to wait and see, right? But because Burmese Ghost, they got a lot of elimination points, so that's where we want to check out as well, like what the gap would be. But this time, CTS, a total of 6 eliminations, so 16 points collected by them. It's also it's enough points for them to be in the top 16 for sure. So we'll need to see what gap would it be and where in the top 16 for them to be in as compared to the drop. But of course, we also want to see Burmese Ghost, because last we checked, I believe that they had 17 eliminations.
And probably more, and plus the second place. I mean, mathematically speaking, they're definitely going to be the number 1 of the match, despite not having chicken dinner. But I want to see the overall ranks between Burmese Gold and Young Galacticos, how far it is when it comes to the points. Did they already overtake or not? But before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's just rewatch the highlight of the winner chicken dinner coming out from the side of CTS.
And here we have Burmese goals, 17 eliminations, 23 points collected. Again, another situation of no chicken dinner, no problem for Burmese goals. But we also have to give it to CTS with the chicken dinner. That's 16 points. So only 2 teams with a double digit this time. But still, the consistency of Burmese goals right now, they are on top.
And today has been their day, close enough to get himself that chicken. If not, they're probably going to score a double chicken in a day here. But with this kind of performance, I'm not surprised if they could push up to even number 1 for the overall rankings later on. But we have plenty of zeros this time. TTQ, Team Max, Osja Esports and SBD. Osja has been fire yesterday. And SBD has been a bit of a roller coaster, but at least they're always in the middle of pack. Team Max, on the other hand, what happened?
That will root them still at number 20 for sure. But we look at the overalls. Burmese goals, 95 points. They're only 5 points away from the 100-digit mark or 100-point mark. So now, welcome Burmese goes to number 1, the most consistent team today, and surely the most performing team of them all.
This is awkward to see Team Max, who happened to be last season, the summer season, 3rd place winner at the 20th place. But at least good news for IQ. We can see they are really pushing all their gears up to get into the 17th place. A hard shift when it comes to from the 20th, slowly climbing up the ladder. Now, there's some swaps coming out of the 2nd place. But I have to say, Burmese Gold, they are on fire today, Cloud. They should be aware the fact that, you know, they are taking the lead, and imagine their confidence, and all the other teams seem to be tamed by BG today.
Absolutely right. Burmese goals just running havoc across the map, stealing away the eliminations for themselves. At this point, they can okay, calm down. They're pretty much safe, very, very safe in fact, to be in the top 16 to see the super weekend. As for GG, okay, starting to be like a up and down sort of performance for them, but overall they're still alright. But the one that is more than alright this time is going to be Demirs from CTS as our MVP.
Yep. How can he get 17 damage taken? Look at that. Look at that graph. That's almost completely none for the damage taken at this point. How can you get 17 damage? What kind of bullet is that costs you only 17 damage?
I know, right? 17 damage? What is that? I don't know. 4 damage or... Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell, right? What is that? It's not really that significant. But what is significant is that CTS scored the chicken dinner, and we're done with 2 Erangels, but we have 2 more to go. So we're going to play the next round in Erangel still.
Yep, we're not moving at all. It's going to be a Erangel day here today. But probably tomorrow you're going to have a slightly different rotation for the maps as well. But before we get into the next Erangel, we're going to take a bit of a break and see you guys for the next map.
Well, it's Erangel again, people. Yes, you're not seeing double or what? We are playing 4 Erangels before we end the day on our 7th match inside of Miramar. So, we've got a South Jogopu circle, we've got a shooting range-ish circle. Where next?
I don't consider that shooting range. I think that's pretty much Rozhok Circle. Let's go up to Stalber, everybody! We got SMB yesterday. We haven't got Kamishki. It's doable. It's reachable. It's circleable, not like Zaki. Maybe all the way to Savannah. Like, if you want to go north, let's go really north up the way. But when it comes to the right side, we don't have a lot of Lipovka and Milta power yet. So maybe in this one it will be something a bit more spicy for the teams. But don't waste any more time. Enough chitter chatter. Let's get into Erangel.
And it's going to be Erangel again. Here we go. Okay, flight path is going to be very different this time. We are going to see a north flight path starting from the north. Okay, it's pretty much a northern side flight path from the south of Kamishki all the way to hospital. Now, will the Pochinki fight happen again though?
I think that's already a good warning point for the side of Vosja Esports. The fact they overstayed themselves too long, despite they just did not make it out and didn't try to loot up. I mean, they can, but just to refresh you guys, which team is not actually playing here right now? I think we are at map number 4, right? Let me check for everybody. So when it comes to this map of Erangel, it's gonna be group B, C, D, and E. So we're not having group A this time, which gonna be Young on Galacticos, Winning Our Future or Win Off, Guardians of Angels of Goa, Atlas, Misfit. These 4 teams will not be here. So for YG, this is bad news, because this opened up so much opportunity. But wait, they are playing.
Yes, they are. Okay, this is match number 5 now. Yeah.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Then A, B, C, D. So E is the one not playing. Now this is at least good news for YG. So E is Nexus Vanguard, Misfit International, Infamous Zaviera, and Burmese Gold. The one that just got himself the top teams in the previous ones.
Yeah, so it's also good news for Osja because they can get Pochinki for themselves since Misfit is not playing. So we can see them having a good clear drop. Finally, they can breathe a sigh of relief that they can have a good start in Pochinki. But it looks like for the other teams, so far it's a good start as well. No early clash.
Yep, but high chance. Is it going to be a quarry circle or is it Gut Field again? It's slightly towards the left. And SMB just now, nobody touching SMB.
Yeah, I guess because the flight path is just too far, right? And the moment we see the circle, it's like, oh, on the left. Yeah, you can still go SMB and then you can take the bridge back out. That's still okay. So I still wouldn't be surprised if there's a team that actually still goes to SMB, since clearly because of the flight path, it's nobody there. You can still loot nicely inside of SMB. Pretty decent loot. If not Novo, it's pretty nice as well. Tons of loot there. And then you just come back up in the circle using the left bridge. It's okay.
Yeah, I expected like teams, at least a couple of teams going around Nova up north that we've seen before, right? Like SBD, probably one of them. Surprisingly, nobody's even take a pick over the SMB area. Which a lot of them, we can see that during this PMCL cloud. It's like either you go straight for the circle. The trend is either you go straight into the center of circle, play inside of circle, or just, you know, where you drop, stay there, linger a bit, and probably gonna move the next stage. We don't see them taking too much risk to have that longer rotation that we've seen in a different league before.
Yeah, most of the rotations are pretty straightforward, right, for the teams. Like, they will just take the easiest straightforward route, like just go straight in. But that's where, like, because we don't see as many creative sort of rotations, then we will see like bump ins, and as you travel, you get shot at. And that's, of course, exciting for us as viewers, as casters. But for the teams, of course, not so exciting, just like for this moment where GG saw one player across. That's going to be Wham. Wham down to the ground, that is.
What?
Astro showing himself very aggressive gameplay. But first blood is actually given to Dre because another fight happened elsewhere.
That was brutal coming from Astro. Bold and brutal. But Minus, unfortunately, I love his gameplay early on. I really love it. But he's been taken out by Chi. And we have this going to be on top of Quarry. So they're going to go straight towards this side. And they landed here early on for this side of ATS. No surprising, indeed, when it comes to them fighting for their placement of drop spot around the warehouse of Quarry. And high chance it might be the center of circle as well. For them to hold on to the same place, it's doable, it's defendable, it's a huge fortress when it comes to the warehouse. But when it comes to loot and sustainability, they need to figure out how to reloot themselves and replenish their resources.
But now with a few players eliminated, so that will render like some teams like playing a bit more passive. So if in relation to what you mentioned, then they will have more space to like, okay, maybe loot or maybe even like getting like a good position later on, even if they come in later. So that's okay for them. I'm looking also, one of the teams that will come in later is going to be NGGZ, 1,500 meters away. Yeah, they plan to come later. So that will allow like teams to just move forward first, because it seems like the trend of teams in the PMCL this season is that a lot of them play in the middle. So even if you come late at stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, you will still have space to play as you just slowly move in.
Yeah. A lot of teams that are moving in the center got thinned out. The crowd's being thinning out by the players that actually play in the inner circle. So even if they rotate late, it actually plays and seems to be paying a more advantage for the players that are coming in late this time. But once we set this, high chance next week everybody will play super late cloud. And everybody kind of stuck from the outside of a circle.
But that's where we'll start to see a lot of fights. And when it comes to like stage maybe 5, yeah, those latecomers, we've seen it before, like the first Erangel today. You want to enter into the South Jogo pool and everywhere is taken. Yeah, that becomes very, very difficult. So maybe it's a balance of like, at the early stage, you can come in late. You can like wait for the circle to shift. And then like stage maybe 3 or 4, you can start like, okay, let's try to find an opportunity to get as close to the middle of the circle as possible. As she sees Davan of ATS, they want revenge because it was GG that took out Wham earlier.
It's a very long shot here. Difficult, even he got himself that knockdown for Chi. But to execute it by himself. And this is what concerning for ATS. Yes, they got Quarry, but loot-wise, it won't last them long. There's not plenty of places they can actually loot up to get themselves restock all the time for ATS. Gotta have to wait. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at ATS and ATSX since their names are pretty similar, right? And both of them happen to be like at the
ATSX is the furthest one away right now.
Yep, very,
they're
very
coming up
far.
from Kamishki, yeah.
So they are really taking the time. But if we see like at the north, right, they will probably bump into K1J. Okay, anyway, circle shifts. So we're going to get an okay circle this time. But then again, in Quarry, it's a tough terrain to play. So if it ends in Quarry with this circle, I would say it will pose the biggest challenge to the teams.
It will be fun to watch. If go all the way to Primos, like why not? I'm not complaining for that at all. But when it comes to the rotation of the teams, there it goes. Everybody start to move the moment the stage to commence and show itself for the circle of the world to see. TTQ. If they're not being careful, so far TTK has not been... I mean, we've seen them proactively moving in a map, but it's not giving too much of produce, not giving too much of a result, due to them not able to get those secure of eliminations. So for them to play a bit safe, I think it's okay for now. But for Quarry, back to square one. Everybody try to take those warehouses. It's all about whether they can sustain with the loot they have. I'm sorry, I'm chewing bread at the same time because I got too hungry. Do tell us what you guys have for your dinner for today, guys. So maybe we can have an idea. We have an idea what to have later.
I could tell, but okay.
What you gonna have for dinner later? We haven't got dinner yet.
Today is going to be very late, so a lot of places are closed by that time. Just like how GG is closing IQ's opportunity to gain more points. Master Hulk out. GG now 3 elimination points. So now IQ only has these 2 players. And they're also one of the teams on the outside of the top 16. They need the points. But it's always have been very difficult for IQ. Every time we see them on screen, like for the most part, they lose players.
It's kind of true. That's why it's all about rotation sometimes that kind of caught them off guard. That's the biggest flaw I see some teams up there. But for not so good gamers, I mean, that's coming up from Soiree Esports. They're so far. I want to see that. Yeah, you saw them at the very end of the minimap. They're actually the other way around, and not so good gamers have no clue who shot them down just now.
They're off the minimap even, so that's how far they were. So gotta give it to Ostia though, able to find that tap from that distance and still get that elimination point. Great work. But IQ, okay, IQ part 2. Oh, but this time a better start for them, getting Astro with the nade. But Master D2K responds back, sends it to the second floor. Nobody's home. Ooh, nice nades though, been lobbed across. Just a little bit unlucky there. Oh, but this volley will force him to move forward. But the moment he moves, he sees his target, he gets one, putting himself in a 1v1 situation with the DBS. And here comes the Claw in the building. S12K as well. Very clutchable weapon, but going up against 2 from GG.
And also to highlight, I don't think we saw a lot of the Claw actually playing, but he performed brilliantly on the side of IQ right now. Maybe he's the secret weapon that IQ really needs to have a bit of a shift. But, that's super close. It's gonna be about the stag game. They're gonna force him out there. We have new contender KHI just arrived. IQ is whether to jump out now or never. But he got himself the GG. He needs to get out. Claw is being surrounded by KHI, a new contender, but unfortunately, GG being eliminated at 4 eliminations in their hands. It's not done and dusted yet, because right now we have K1J, KHI, and IQ, and maybe even Goa joins in later.
Yeah, everybody wants a piece of this compound now. But Goa, you did mention about them. Now they are butting heads with K1J, putting the pain onto Newsy. But no knock, K1J no longer interested in this area. They will rotate away. But the fight in this compound will still continue on, while SayCloud gets Peanut and gets Zeo as well. Double knockdown for SayCloud.
It's waiting time, Claw. Just make it or break it. That ass 12k versus the DPS. He heard those pins being pulled behind, and here comes the jump shot. Ambitious, but it was a bold move. He went down fighting for the Claw, but nonetheless, at least IQ didn't go empty-handed this time. He got himself a tree, but we are not done as CTS joined in for the party as well. They just arrived to those high grounds of the southern side of a quarry, and when we saw the circle just now, Cloud, is an interesting circle because of the terrain around that circle area is quite tricky, but as we speak, ATX has come out from Kamishki, got finished off the moment it jumped into the safe zone.
Yeah, Monboy 2.0 caught in the open, eliminated just like that. For Yangu Galacticos from the north, looks like they, interesting enough, Smile actually went out. Not too sure what the plan is for Yangu Galacticos. going out the circle and then bouncing back in. We'll need to wait and see what happens there. What kind of rotation do they have in mind? But inside the middle of Quarry is Team Max, the team that is at number 20 now. They need every point that they can get.
It's all about the weight. This warehouse, if they go out, they get shot. But for Team Max, with none of them actually going out there to gain any information, this might be a death trap if all 4 of them inside of the warehouse of the quarry. Yes, it's a great fortress, but if you're not gaining any intel what's going on outside, there's also trouble brewing up that way.
Oh, but trouble's going to brew here with the presence of Yanku Galacticos taking this high ground, looking for an opportunity if they can get a knock. But their opponents left this area, so no one is here. But at least they have the information of like, okay, they're heading towards the direction. Anyway, Murnab with the spray across, but not hitting those shots. But it's okay. They're not too desperate to take that fight. Instead, they can take another rotation towards the left side of the circle to come in.
Timo. SBD is not willing to get into any conflicts right now because they know for a fact there's still a lot of teams out there. Now, we did mention about Goa versus K1J, and CTS is still around. There's going to be a three-way war. A water shot coming out with the side of Clay. But CTS just arrived, and they are the ones who wiped their house cleaning. Team is here, the one winning. It's not Goa, it's none of them, but it's going to be CTS. But they're not done themselves. We have Weoff coming out of nowhere, and now the same angle where CTS actually entered in.
Ooh, CTS. Already looking for their next target, on the hunt, as they wouldn't mind more points to put themselves in a safer position. And now CTS with this area, they'll spend their time looting, opening the smoke just to give them extra cover. And although we see another team close by, but I don't think it will be a big threat to them. As for Osja in the fight right here, it's going to be Ryujin, the final player, very low on health. Although he has the DBS, but 1v3 is going to be pretty hard, but still, he will not go down without a fight. Locks in another elimination point before he goes down finally to the jump shot of Fern.
Osja finally coming back from their slumber. We asked how their performance here today seems to be sloping down. But it seems like they're back up on the right track. But we have bigger question for the world champions here. YG, they've been very quiet today, Cloud.
Yeah, they have been having an off day, right? And I guess maybe that's also because like you have that many points. Like it's impossible for you to drop out of the top 16. So maybe that's what's putting them off right now. But if they can return back to their former day one or their first few games, or basically day one sort of a kind of performance, I'm sure the fans will be very happy with that.
Or maybe they're just reserving their tactics for later, especially for the Super Weekend, where the Smash Row implements later on. But Romeo did not know who's watching them from afar. It's going to be CTS, or maybe even the rest of KHI behind them as well. But as the circle's going to shift, Team Max got himself the warehouse that we saw last time with nobody watching on the outside. But if the circle kind of favors them, then it's worthwhile for them to defend that kind of warehouse. It seems like they're still in it, but nobody coming up from the northern side except for Osja Esports, who got himself the compound to work with. But around the middle ground, there's one more compound available for these guys to take.
Up at long range by Cool. Oh, it's actually his teammate knocked. Okay, he sees the smoke, he sees his teammate, but for him to go, KHI is still there, so I'm not sure if he's willing to take this risk. Looks like the answer is no, they will have to leave this one because time is not on their side. And as long as KHI is still there, it's like, okay, nope, it's not going to be worth it. Instead of losing the entire team at number 10 when you don't gain any placement points, might as well just survive and tell the tale another day.
Speaking of another day, do they have another day for Starboy? How early on they try to be a man, where all the boys are starting firing against each other and trying to take people down. Is a star boy a star man now? We got to wait and see after the whole day of skirmishing. Did they shape into that? Never mind. I guess he's not. Yep. It's not there yet, but Masters, man, where the shots coming out from?
Okay. Probably from the other side. Oh, okay, it's wrong that actually saw them rotating in. Okay, but now wrong. Maybe it's bail time for him. But he's looking for more. Romeo will try to stop him from moving. But smoke active right now. That will blind Romeo. So myself focus on saving his teammate Smile. But Smile should be back up again. Yeah, Cloud is there with him.
Can he actually go for the pickup? SBD is not taking any part of this. I'm surprised that SBD, they've been watching all this time. But for KHI, unfortunately, they left with only one last player that's going to be inside of the blue zone. What is it? Oh, okay, he wants to take the dates, yeah. He wants to save the vehicles. That's pretty scarce out there for the vehicles that's left around. But for KHI, Coca-Cola, that's going to be last man standing. I don't see how he can get out from the flat plane to get out from the smokes right now while running away from the blue. There's no way out for Coca-Cola. The only way out is going to be if he got plenty of smoke still managed to be deployed as. But for YG, they're still kind of stuck here because SBD, they're not willing to take the fight into CQC. They're not willing to jeopardize their own risk here.
It's wrong, tapping away. Hoping to land his shot, but the smoke isn't helping his visual. Okay, it looks like YG, they should be able to recover back as a trio though. Yep, they're back up as a trio, but Coca-Cola, like what you said, no vehicle, blue putting pressure, and GGZ in front. It's just a matter of time now.
Yeah. Yep. Slowest death there is. Because no one can get out. But if you look at the formation, also is quite split among themselves. They open up as a triangle. Seems like still a lot of space between these teams. They still have 19 at stage 6. Well, well, he managed to finish off Coca-Cola instead of giving away his point towards the blue zone. But YG now suddenly going in all out. They had it enough. They had enough those long pokes from behind. Face me like a man! And YG say Cloud on the ground.
Okay. But the nades still continue on from Smile. Getting one. Milo on the ground, but Wrong is approaching. Smile picking out Say Cloud. Romeo eliminated by Wrong. And now Say Cloud is back up again. Smile. We need to buy a little bit more time for Say Cloud to heal up. So far, so good. The plan is working for them. But now the blue is starting to close. Look at the blue closing in onto Young Gugaticos. Where are they going to go? The vehicle is smoked up. But before that, they pretty much must win this fight. It's a must-win fight.
Well, there's also OSJ Esports to deal with. There's no room for error at all between these two teams and SBD.
Oh!
Sayclub fought back. Timo coming in to help and save the day and finish off Smile. But coming up from behind. At the same time, it's going to be SBD finish off by the blue zone. And Saycloud somehow survived. 5 eliminations for himself. Are you kidding? But he needs to get out from the claw of Soiree Esports. Get into the circle and cut it off straight will be the perfect angle for him.
And using as many covers as possible. Going to slowly get in the circle. But if we were to look straight, there's another team that he spot. NGGZ. He's going to pull the trigger. He sees MM there. He sees Michi. As the final player of Yakuga Radicals, looks like he's going to be trigger disciplined. Oh, they know. Oh, no. Now they know. That's it. And it's Top that gets the point in for Austria.
I'm surprised. I thought this is Mirama. But apparently every long shot's coming out from a wrangle this time. Nobody willing to go a confrontation. Everybody is just poking from the sides here. The longest range possible. It's like, I want to take you out, but I'm shy.
Yeah, don't shy. You shy.
Oh, man.
You no get points. It's like Team Max right now, they are being kind of shy.
You know, when you
TTQ
mentioned
as
it,
well.
yeah, TTQ exactly what pens to TTQ when you actually mentioned that.
Yeah, they're shy too. 0 points. But the good news for like teams like TTQ and Team Max, they are gaining placement points now. But for elimination points and GGZ and Osja, somebody's going to gain some here.
He managed to squeeze himself out in that very sticky situation before. But being his crumbs followed and trailed by Osja Esports. Now circle shrinks. It's going to be Osja Esports component. I have a feeling it might be, but if TTQ, yeah, never mind. Good luck, TTQ. Your shyness have to be abolished now. Like it or not, get out and fight it out, man.
Because the zone will force them to do so soon. 30 more seconds and the zone will close. And we're talking about stage 7 zone, so it's going to hurt a lot. For Osja, we have 2 players on the outer side also have to move in. But I'll be more interested to see what happens to TTQ now because they have to cut across Team Max that's in the circle and they have this warehouse as a cover.
Yeah, I can't be serious at this point because there's not much going on, Claire. But, you know, the funny thing is when the shy team versus a shy team, what will happen now? We get to see Zuki start first. Going to see Mad Dogs, and it's gonna be Team Max. The shyness is done and gone as Zuki opened fire. He got 2! He got 2! Oh, next one. Mad coming in for Team Max. Finish off Miracles. A bit of a trade done. Zuki's down on the ground. We have the rest of TTQ.
Well, if they don't want it, ATS will be happy to claim those elimination points if possible. Now Bunny on the ground. TTQ, 1 active player left. Nowhere to be found. And looks like he will survive for the team as of now. Now it's Team Max. Need to plan their route. And it's Gus. Okay, Gus from TTQ is still behind. Oh, he's quite far away. But the one that will stop all these teams from moving forward is going to be Osja.
Oh, Gus managed to squeeze out. He needs to find an entry in. A loophole somewhat. But that's the thing. It's a very solid wall when it comes to the warehouse, but not good gamers. Well, actually, maybe will help them somehow. But winning our future, that's also sitting down there just beneath top. They missed him. Oh, they heard their footsteps. On top, holding his AUG, spotted out Gus. TTQ in trouble. They want to go for the rush. Just now, Zuki did so well. Unfortunately, a bit late follow-up by the rest of the team, but TTQ will be eliminated by the blue zone instead, with top getting those eliminations. Next is going to be Zen. Over toss, it's going to be dropping on YOLO, but Max coming up. They overstayed themselves too long in that warehouse. Now they are in trouble.
Oh, YOLO's time for him to go YOLO now against Team Max. They saw him. I thought they didn't know. Maybe you could lob a nade and get a couple of knocks, but unfortunately, that only happens in an alternate universe. Now it's Sin. The last player. And they know. That's it. Mad Dog. 1 nade. That's all it takes to eliminate them at number 5.
And we're down to 4 with 50 more seconds to go to the last stage where no more circle there is. We're max 1 player bleeding out. ATS down to 1 player. Osja, they did not have a full squad, but they have more than enough with 6 eliminations in the back. Max tried to revive the ones that actually at the slope of the hill. But Osja, they couldn't actually have a glimpse on her what's happening just beneath them. Slightly vacant on the north side of the circle here. But the rest of the team seems like ATS will try to focus on not so good gamers. But iTurks can change so much for ATS here. If Dre is not aware, somebody else coming out from his right side, it's the end for ATS.
OJ. That's 1. And Mab, but like what you said, iTurks had to butt in while he was trying to get those elimination points. Now Fern gets Mad Dog with the SOK. Fern navigating around the smoke. He does have the high ground advantage against Team Max. Team Max finding it difficult to get up to the high ground with the blue just right behind them. And you now, you might not have enough time. And then bouncing nade will not connect, but you with his own nade, hoping for it to land. But still, what kind of space does he have now?
Feng. He needs more troubles, but they barely have anything anymore. On the side of Osja Esports, they're depleted with their throwables and utils. There's so many times that Team Mac can revive, but not this time. Their whole team will wipe out iTurks, trying to buy them time. Oh boy, the Blues and is trouble for them as well, but Nong Axe trying to take it out on Mad Dog. Mad Dog can do anything. Another knockdown despite you trying to revive him.
No.
But the Blues have forced them out. There's no choice for these guys. Team Max down to 2. They're going into as Osja Esports. Well, not so good gamers. They're actually not being spotted out at all, just fighting against Max. Will be not so good gamers getting themselves a chicken this time.
Or maybe waiting for them to come in as the third party as Gerald gets iTurks. And MM knocked down by Nagax. Gerald finishing off you. That is the end of Team Max at number 3. Now it's between Osja and NGGZ. 3v2 at this moment. Gerald with an 8 being cooked up. Lobbed it across. Lots of damage onto the members of Osja.
Now, Osja Esports, they surrounded not so good gamers despite they were a bit focused towards Team Max early on, but they're prepared to fight these two ways. Gerald cooking up the nade, a bit too long for Gerald to actually cook it up. That gives him in to give it taken away by Osja Esports. Michi, the nades all being prepped up, but all they can see is just randomly tossed inside of the smoke. They got this barricade coming up from the warehouse. They have very solitude defense coming up from the side of Osja Esports, but the Blues will push them out anyhow. This barricade will not last long as Osja now trying to find one. They got one. Now all they need to do is one more to win themselves the chicken and ring around Rosie Fun finish off. And it's going to be Osja Esports finally back after such a long time being quiet.
Yep, absolute silence by Osja Esports and coming back with a chicken dinner in this Irango match after taking out NGGZ. And they were the team that came from the right side of the circle coming in. And they showed up pretty much a bit later than everyone else. Good for them with the fact that they got Pachinki with this sort of circle. Getting into the circle isn't too far for them. So they can make those tactical approaches. And it paid dividends to them with this chicken dinner.
But we have to tally up the scores once more because this might be another spot where we actually have a team without a chicken but with most elimination. But I don't think a lot of teams getting that much of eliminations. And then Osja as well, because they were the one that actually proactive trying to find themselves those targets to get into the points. Team Max and also TTQ, despite they were actually the teams that had lasted long enough, unfortunately they didn't make a maximum use of their circle since the start, since they waited out inside of their warehouse the longest of time be taken by the teams that proactively hunting people down. So by the end of the day, it's all about the numbers of eliminations that be taken by the team despite have or not having that chicken dinner.
Yeah, we have seen that example with Burmese goals. But zooming in onto Osja, so it's a total of 10 eliminations. So that's 20 points for Osja. I mean, teams like Osja that have been pretty okay. Yeah, they have some off rounds here and there, but overall, they're doing fine. Surely they will be in the Super Weekend. So now it's more of like them warming up for the Super Weekend. And that's where the points will truly count towards going into the Grand Final. So a team like Osja, yep, this is a good return performance of Osja. And especially when they were not challenged by Misfit International inside of Pachinki, so they could have this sort of start. Things might be different if Misfit International challenged them. But yeah, that's like in the past. Right now in the present, it is Osja getting the Pachinki, getting a circle that was nice to them, and locking in the chicken dinner. They did not let this opportunity go. While we check out the highlights of Osja's chicken dinner.
And that's going to be Soiree Esports scoring their second chicken dinner when it comes to day 1 and then day 2 of their overalls. Yeah, and they got themselves a number 1 spot because just now we don't see a lot of teams that can actually engage continuously due to the circle terrain that comprises a lot of a very tricky placement. But Ozja 10-10 has tally up to 20 points in total. Well, not so good gamers are doing pretty good himself. Only 1 point shy against the 3rd place. But unfortunately, we still have one team that dropped all the way to Kamishki just now. The furthest one, the moment they get into the safe zone, that's where they've been taken out instantly. And that's nothing more than ATSX. They actually go the furthest one and got eliminated straight off the bat.
Yeah, without a single point in this round for ATSX. But we'll see the overalls. Where do they stand? Of course, on page number 1, a lot of these teams are very, very safe up here, without a doubt. Yaku Galactical is only 2 points away from the 100 point mark. And Burmese Goals, well, they didn't play this round, so they remain static at 95 points. But switching over to page number 2, Team Max with a decent round. Now they're knocking on the door to be in top 16. Whereas for IQ, K1J, and ATSX, they are at the bottom as well. And ATSX, no points this round. They swap places with Team Max to be at number 20.
They got pushed down instantly the moment they got eliminated. ATXX just now without any points. But congrats to our top 4 teams. Soiree Esports, Not So Good Gamers, Team Max, and ATS. It's nice to see Team Max bouncing back in this map because for the entire day and even day number 1, it has been rough for the side of Team Max. We don't see a lot of action or a lot of movement. They actually get themselves in the top 4. But RTO's Esports seems like they have been going up and down and always in the middle pack so far. But we're finally going to shift over a different map on the next one. But before that, let's celebrate Feng88 as the MVP. He's always the one who's putting a lot of action for Soiree Esports.
Yeah, and it's shown through his damage output of 800. So that's a lot as compared to the eliminations that he got this round with 3 taken by him. Of course, that contributed to the overall eliminations for the team, so that's okay either way. And MVP, Fern. Let's see how many MVPs more can Austria collect, because this is also their second chicken dinner this season. So they're still showing, even though like before we started the season, we talk about them like kind of like, But now, they've been doing good, at least for this round. But let's see if they can be consistent, ladies and gentlemen, because we have another Irango to play after this. But before we head on to that, we're going to take a short breather. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
We're back into Erangel to go. So it's all about the next. Where will the circle be? We've got ourselves a lot of places, but I want to get one Stalber. I miss that gondola around Stalber area and Kamishki. And sometimes, you know, just make it even more spicy. We had a lot of wonky circle, weird ones. No SMB yet for day number 2 so far, Cloud.
Yeah, I'm already treating SMB like my ex, you know. It's either I remember or I have to move on. Yeah. It's always giving me fake hope now. I will see if my ex ever returns to me, you know, drop me a WhatsApp, you know. I wouldn't mind. So let's head on to Erangel while I remember.
Well, the sort of Cloud reminiscing about his past life. That, I don't know, should be happy memories or not. Hopefully it's going to be a good memory. We're back to as a memory of Erangel. Now to update you guys regarding the grouping. We won't be looking at Group D this time. So Group D comprises of Time to Quick, Artheos Esports, CTS Esports, as well as KHI Esports. Will not be playing in this round, but the circle this time more favorite towards the left side. Sorry, the flight path, not the circle yet. But it's slightly tough for the teams to go Kamishki or Lipovka over Milta Power. So I think for most of the teams, they're probably going to focus on what's the next town that's nearest to them. But at least for Misfit International, I feel like they're going to have another round with those Esports perhaps, because they're never going to get enough of it on top of Pachinki.
Oh yeah. Here we have it on the mini screen. It's going to be round number, I'm trying to keep track right now, right? Round number 4 of the Pachinki fight. Or is it round number 3? Okay, I'm starting to lose count.
4.
But what I remember clearly is that it's a 1-1 between the two. So let's see who wins this one. But circle-wise, it's going to be on the right side. So it's going to be a Medusa intersection centered on a circle. But we'll check back on how will the other teams fare, because we want to zoom in onto Pachinki now.
Yep, also already taking things matter into their hands. Fung in the last MVP, and also after they got themselves that chicken dinner, will they land their third chicken in here? Seems like top already knocked down. There's straight Morley that tossed by the side of Fung just now. Support will try to go to the rooftop to find the rest of remaining member of the Misfit International. But grenade elimination done by Pressel, that giving so much room. No, Osja after they won that chicken. Unfortunately, they still couldn't win Pachinki.
Okay. Now, looks like Misfit, they're going to rush onto the second floor. Ryman with the Bison. It's going to lead the charge to the left side. They go in. They get surprised. But Misfit International, Ryman, just randomly just swinging his knife in the smoke. If he hits anyone, he hits. But it's okay. They still win that compound or that building fight. Momboy will be back again. And it's only now Support, the final player of Austria.
Oh, Support. There's no recall tower. Just saying. Barely got enough bullets. Level 1 vest, level 1 helmet, no first aid, no band-aids, couple of pills, and energy drink, that's it. Sorry for that. But yeah, that UMP with 49 reserve, with 4 members of MSI aggressively hunting him down. Imagine being Support right now.
So difficult. I guess if I was him, right, I would like try to find an exit behind, but he really wants revenge. He's just waiting for any of the players of Misfit shows themselves, but even if they do, right, I don't know. I still think that if I were him, it's like, okay, I'll bail through the south of Pachinki and just go out, because normally there'll be vehicles spawned there.
Sad for Forsaken. He's been forsaken by the team. The rest of the team is nowhere near. For infamous Xaviera. There's only one player nearby. And they're very scattered again. I don't know what's the fate of support just now, but next is going to be Famous Aviera members. Oh, I say. He's in the same spot as support right now. Exactly it. Worse.
Oh. Yep, there you go. It's worse because it's confirmed. I see that you're eliminated, and Mad Dog will burn him down. Yeah, that's going to be another elimination. So it looks like a start of a lot more fights here as compared to the ones before. I guess maybe it's also partly because of because of the shift of the group, right? Like there are certain groups that might just like push teams, and then it becomes a domino effect, and all of a sudden like multiple fights happen, like in stage 1.
Yeah, let me recall. Group D is the one that's out for this time. So it means that Group E, the one that actually coming back in this one, actually make the ripple happen. So Nexus Vanguard, Misfit International, Infamous Xaviera, well, they are the one that actually engaging. So I'm not surprised at this point because Misfit International and Ozja are always going to fight for Pachinki. And also we saw Infamous Xaviera being gunned down by the rest of ATSX, or was it Team Max just now? So Burmese Gold might be it as well. So we can see Group E is the teams that actually love those fights. Same goes for, I would say, Group B. Yeah, Group B and E, probably the one that's with a lot of aggressive heavy hitters.
And now that we have some of them here, and maybe that's why at this very beginning it's like, okay, you see fights. But the one sure one is that if Ozja and Misfit International is playing together, then you can expect to see the Pachinki fight happen. And looks like the Pachinki fight is has ended, and they have dispersed now. So it's only support left for Ozja. They let it go.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Nope.
No.
Nope. Nope. No. Yeah.
Oh, the moment you mentioned it, denied it in your face. God. I think it's best for us, Judge, you know what? Leave it be for Pachinki. So far it's 2-1. Out of the 4, only 1 actually ended up with a tie. So maybe they should reconsider about getting a second hot drop spot for the next Erangel. At least they're celebrating for now. They try to synchronize the dance. There you go. Make sure you guys clip it. Make it your content. But for MSI, is it too early to celebrate now?
I was hoping for one more from Pretzel, but it's okay. It's okay. So now the score of Pachinki is 2-1, favoring Misfit International. So we don't know. Okay, because we're done with Erangels today, right? This is the last Erangel. So we don't know. We need to wait for tomorrow to see if the challenge will continue.
But we don't know how many Erangels will be tomorrow. So we're going to have to wait and see. That's a surprise for you guys. But for YG, they are on rotating mode right now, navigating throughout the entirety of Yasnaya Poliana on the northern side. But with this sort of stage going in, Circle second popped. I think Haicha still a bit around. We didn't see the Circle yet, right? So we're going to have to wait and see. It still comprises a lot of that Medusa intersection. But is it still hovering around that slightly small piece of SMB or completely gone by now?
I believe it's completely gone. Even if there is that it's not that significant. But if we want to be really, really sure, well, we'll find that out in a little bit more. But nobody's at SMP at all.
What?
There you go. Just outside of Yasnaya.
Look at farm. There's a lot of farming to do down there. There's a lot of place for them to farm the elimination points. Have fun. Good luck for the farming team. But it's directly straight on top of Medusa intersection. We do know Medusa intersection is tricky because there's so many routes in between. And it's multiple intersection on top of that as well. If you pick a wrong side and the circle shrinks, you're gone.
Yep. But the good news is that at least it's in the main peninsula, so it kind of like, okay, give them a bit more space to make amends if they rotate to somewhere that doesn't really favor them. But now speaking about those rotations, okay, we see the potato hill, that's somebody passing by in school area as well. Here we welcome SBD. Okay, making quick moves is great because you can get all these small pocket compounds in the circle.
I try to make do with what they have and maxing it out. And Micro Uzi probably to try to find a secondary weapon instead of Starboy. But for not so good gamers, they're rotating as well. And so far, we're back to square one. A bit quiet. BG on the other hand, with only 2 players left. Same goes for Infamous Xavier. I think it's because they're quite splitted apart when they drop themselves quite far amongst each other, and that happened to be picked off. But speaking of Nexus Vanguard, we talked about this coming up from Group D. They are aggressive. Or Group E. Yeah, Group E.
And the aggression might show here with Nexus Vanguard. They're just shooing away Clay Jr. So nobody's going to make the big moves against Nexus Vanguard. Everyone's taking point position, all the prime positions within the current circle. Team Max, of course, another interesting one. As of now, they are 7 points away from SBD. Okay, but at number 16 is going to be someone else. But at least they are knocking on the door to be in the top 16. So Team Max, they probably found their formula of like, okay, let's avoid every early fight possible. Let's try to get the middle of the circle. Try to get a premium spot, ideally a compound, and we'll show up later. So they will take as many points as possible, although it might not be as much as the top teams who are a little bit more active. But if it's enough to be in 16 onwards, they cool.
Hey, at least tomorrow is another day for them to come back. And you talked about the margins not so different when it comes to the bottom 16 down there. So it's doable for them to switch gears up. But the circle once more. It's all scattered. Mansion seems to be very vacant. It's going to be right on top of in between. Whoever got school right now will be perfect time to actually get those high grounds of the school buildings and try to gun down whoever tried to pass through. And it seems like some teams ATXX is already there. So for the side of MSI, if they want to cross by towards the side of ATXX, they have to be extra careful now.
Goa onto SBD, but SBD Timo gets Ilax. That's going to be 1 down. 3 more to go. And Starboy now shooting past another window side. And looks like Goa, their plan is starting to fail right now. One of them tried to jump into the building, immediately gets gunned down by Milo. And it's going to be Clay Jr. out. Ngapekau eliminated as well. SBD. This is the defense that they want.
I mean, from the mini screen just now, Famous Xaviera down to only 2 players. At least Lion is doing all the work he can actually do. But they're kind of stuck in between so many teams here. Team Max iTurks is there. Coming up from behind is a new team upcoming, Nexus Vanguard. We're talking about Superboy. He's on the hunt right now. Well, not so good gamers and IQ might actually will try to fight each other out for the sake of domination of this compound. But look at Minus, so far off angle, just to see and give information to us the rest of the team to relay the information exactly who's at the back. And remember, we'll actually join him too.
And GGZ and IQ sharing the same area. Of course, between the two, IQ is the one that needs the points even more than NGGZ. They played the defense game against them. But NGGZ, okay. Not interested to continue on the fights. Alright. Never mind about that, they will turn back.
Whoa. You don't get to leave, NGGZ. They want to fight somehow on the side of IQ. And Michi feels challenged by that. And Nady, that smoke popped just now. Somehow, somewhat. Not so good game is still gonna leave either way. You know, this is a bit too early for them to fight against the teams. Still plenty of them remaining. It's still just stage number 3. But stage number 4, it will be too little space for 14 teams to share that very small circle.
And because we have 14 teams still, so stage number 4 will be very interesting. Or maybe even now. Superboy, Mr. MVP for Nexus Vanguard down. And Raimon knocked by Extreme by Nate as well. Okay, we're starting to see these kind of fights, pocket fights happening. But once we reach stage number 4, we're going to see more than those pocket fights. Now we have Extreme on screen here. 2 players from Misfit as well. Nate on the outside, he's still okay, but took a lot of damage. Now he has to be careful in case anyone behind will shoot him down, but he does have his teammates, so now smokes galore, people.
And then the circle shifted towards the right side. There's barely too many compounds around there. There's an open space on the outskirts of school, but MSI keep the pressure on to a sort of 80XX range on the flank. While we do have SBD, might be super interested in getting into the third party, but back to us winning our future against GG Esports. Nobody outside for GG, but they don't have that much information regarding the position of winning our future. But Lucky is down by SBD. Out of all the way downtown, shooting across and taking advantage. And somehow indirectly helping a GG Esports to win. And that was the turning point. And in a moment, seconds, wiped out entirely for winning our future.
Oh. And just when Misfit thought that, okay, they can chill here in the school apartment, ATSX says, no, you have to win this one out of our hands first before you can move into the school apartment. Nate after Nate sent across onto the next floor, but nobody's waiting at the staircase. Not connecting at all. And Pretzel with a smoke. With that smoke, they might be planning to rush in. Okay, another smoke as well. Probably just a matter of time. But before that, you see Mernat here out in the blue, knocked down. And SayCloud tries to respond back just for Joji to knock him down instead.
Sharp tap by Joji. I will put on hold for Nexus going on. I'm not surprised if SBD will try to be third party going for this one as well. But for MSI, they're trading 1-1. Mombo is down on the ground as well, leaving with only 3 of them still stand. But somehow it happened as Momboy managed to take majority of the Atlas players just now as the ATXX finally taken out. And that building is theirs to take. But for YG, they managed to reset Cloud. But it's not the done deal yet. They still have to fight through Nexus Vanguard here.
SayCloud healing up. How far is Mernat for him? Okay, Smile is with Mernat, so they should be able to recover him. Yep. He's up again, so they are a full squad. So Young Radicals, now they just need to reset again. While Nexus Vanguard not able to finish up the job, they're waiting for a second opportunity, still looking at Young Radicals. But on the elimination feed, iTurks from Team Max. Vehicle blown up, now leaving Team Max with no other players. They are out.
Yep, we're down to 11 in seconds. Kiloki, Nexus down with only KK, who got one of the players of YG early on. They are in open space, and the circle will shift in less than 10 seconds. Like it or not, they have to find a vehicle to get out from this turmoil because they are no covers at all on the side of YG. World champion or not, right now seems really grim for the side of YG position. At least they have Master Smile on the other end, but Nexus is breathing down their neck, really following them closely. For Hybrid XRA, they got themselves this ditch area in the open space. They're waiting for YG to pass by and start to gun them down, but can they hold their grounds?
Oh, they're going towards YG right now as Smile gets them in. Okay, that fight is happening elsewhere. GG water players now. Okay, Nate's end. Does not connect to Ryujin. But Capo responds back with a nade on the Mernat. Second nade does not connect at all onto the 2 members of Yangon Radicals. But instead they're taking damage elsewhere. Trying to get Ryujin. This nade should do the trick. And Ryujin is down. Only Capo left. Still, the rain of nades do not stop from Young Radicals as they will lock in those elimination points.
Harpo couldn't make it out as well. Small making sure that he being shot down the moment he tried to leave with that vehicle. Another one bites the dust, leaving only 9 teams left. YG, despite all the circumstances, all these challenges, they still managed to make it through as a 4 with 3 eliminations. But when it comes to the points, GG Esports secure 6, and now they are fighting against the long shot players, SBD, who love to take the fight at a very long range. Will GG Esports force them to go for a CQC instead? But Infamous Xavier are actually coming out from behind as a third party.
And Infamous on the outside of the circle. But there's so many teams here. That's Davan playing the support role this time, but now it's time for him to move with the blue, putting pressure, but at the same time his vehicle is smoking up. Bit of a risk there will be taken by Davan as he will try to join his other teammates in this fight against SBD, who's also by the rim of the circle.
Oh, YG, confrontation against Nexus Vanguard, and that's gonna be it! How did they actually do it? Now they secure themselves 5 elimination despite they were hunted down badly by Nexus Vanguard before and now get to have their revenge back. And on the side of GG Esports, it's SBD from afar. They try to shut down on Starboy, spot it out. But unfortunately, Burmese go right in front of them and the blue zone stop to comprise all GG players. This is going to be tough. SBD, very good at long range. They hardly miss when it comes to those long shots. And nobody can save Davan at this point.
Not at all. So, GG, they need to play the remaining round with at least 3 players without Davan, the man who pulled up a clutch yesterday in the Mirama match. As for SBD, 5 elimination points now. Still holding strong by the rim of the circle. But the circle will shift in about 20 more seconds. SBD will need to decide on what to do next. As in front of them, it's not only GG, but also other teams. No clear spot yet. Okay, maybe, because GG now, they don't seem to be pushing SBD.
And this is good news because SBD don't like confrontation at all. But unfortunately, they will have to fight somehow. SBD, if they are cutting cross straight into the circle, they will have to confront Burmese goal for that spot. But for SBD, at least they're sharing just next to being a good neighbor towards the side of Burmese goal. But Yaka disagreed to this sharing of compound. He's almost shredded his helmet completely, but got plenty of resources still in his hand. But if they don't deal with SBD quickly enough, they have more opponents later on joining in from the back line.
Oh, definitely more to come here. Looking at the minimap in this area, we have at least 3 different teams. All of them not in the circle. And here comes the zone closing. GG will need to move. I don't think they'll have enough time to take any fight, so as well focus on to get into the circle, but the question is going to be where. Same goes for Young Radicals as well, but Young Radicals, at least they have a lot more space on the right side, so they will be okay. But for Claude and Cole, it's going to be hard. The moment they step out, GG will take them out.
They need to deal with Infamous Xaviera. Now, if they want to rotate in, Infamous Xaviera definitely will spray them when they're on their vehicle. So that's why they're not going to take their vehicle straight into the circle yet. But back towards the crossfire between YG and K1J. Romeo will try to revive Omerne, but Seikla is bleeding on the front line as well. They don't have enough manpower. Only that's left with one person to revive, and the nade slowly chipping their health out. Romeo down to only 10% of HP there. Will try to revive Omerne, and Master Smile couldn't make it on time. Romeo must choose, and Romeo down to one person. IQ, on the other hand, they're still in here to win it.
Ooh, but still, Young Radicals somehow still able to recover as a duo. But they're still not in the circle yet. But a lot of open space in front of them, so I don't know how they're going to survive this next one. And if we can see here, okay, unless K1J, they're distracted, then maybe they will have a chance. But if K1J is putting focus onto the 2 players of Young Radicals, it's going to be really, really tough.
Speaking of tough, here comes the spray. Nady, it's a very small space for him to actually spray things out, but he managed to get on Astro. How will the rest of GG will try to save Astro? That's almost an impossible place to get into, that small shack. With Nady tightly just guarding over the entrance of that small shack, we're back to Mane, who managed to get back up on his feet and now try to shut down K1J. Duo or not duo, he doesn't have a candle wall, but the blue zone will actually chip him down. Mane, he cannot afford to stay and crawl anymore. He needs to run for YG.
Ooh, he's down though. And that's it. Young Guy goes out. But they have managed to gain enough elimination points to cross the 100-point mark. So, yeah, I guess that's an okay for them. But now, hard shift circle towards the right side. And look who's in the circle with a compound. It's going to be IQ. This could be their chance to slide into the top 16.
And don't forget, Not So Good Gamers still have a 4, despite they only have 1 player there. Now on the end of back to us in famous Xaviera, they still lost it with 1 last player. Lion. Last time we saw, he couldn't actually do much, but he might actually get the rest of GG Esports. If he can actually clutch 1v2 here with the blue zone, might help him in the way. But if he stands up, will Burmese go start to rush them? No, not really. They got this compound, but they need to leave. And SBD tried to trap them inside, but the nade, can he open up a leeway for Burmese go to get out, or will SBD stop them completely? How many more hand grenades they have on the unknown right now?
Okay, and he finally gets this one. And unknown coming in to land the final blow. One more on the other side. And Burmese goes. They win the defense. But now it's about planning to get into the next phase of the circle. Here comes NGGC making the rotation, and they could go directly onto IQ.
Yeah, thanks to Not So Good Gamers, just now they managed to shut down on Burmese go. SBD. And that Burmese go coming in, flying later on to join in. But Not So Good Gamers going against the rush towards IQ. They will try to flush them out. It's coming up from the northern side of the circle. Klo, almost down to 10% of HP. He's preparing himself with a war fight with that DBS. But the jump shot with a rifle. There's so much work. And now he's down to 33 reserve only for his magazines. It's not going to be enough. But Not So Good Gamers slowly chipping down the rest of IQKH. Michi found an opening, and that's going to be it. And IQKH, they lasted long enough, waited for the right time, but the right time never come.
Might not be enough for them to slide into the top 16, so one more round for them to try today. Anyway, as Master D2K tries to rotate in, Yaka caught him. Another point towards Burmese goals. Now we have visual onto No Escape, and No Escape. Yes, Lion in front of him, but I'm not sure if Lion knows, or maybe he does. We're not too sure now. Lion is just focused on the front.
He knows exactly, but he knows the Blues are going to deal with that later on. He will actually hear those footsteps. Last time we saw 2 players of GG around that corner, but 1 second. 1 second! 1 second, just do it! Do it! Do it! You want to do it? Just gonna do it! No, 1 second still playing the big game. Oh, they didn't know! And the Blues are going to hit them soon. That's why he's going to stand. He prepared himself a DBS. Where is that man going? What are they searching for Not So Good Gamers? They managed to shut down on unknown. Yep, Lion refacing towards No Escape. And No Escape is really having no escape at all. He's cornered down. There's no way out.
Yep, that's it. It's a matter of what placement he will get. If another team gets eliminated, at least he goes up slightly higher. A Lion, okay, he does have 2 nades, 1 molly. He can still flush No Escape, but No Escape says no point for you.
1 second. Oh, Yatka. There's the last of Burmese goal and the blue zone. Oh, he's not going to take the risk. He saw, but he's going to go down. Nobody getting the point, but 1 second. He lasted longer than the rest of the teams out there. He's going to go for it. Why is it a bit too late now?
Hello?
Oh, back towards the walls. 1 second. Try to cook the net. It's a bit too late. Now jump shot did not secure, and Not So Good Gamers. That's the last man standing for 1 second. That's the person they need to find.
Hey, but still 1 second, able to last till a second place finish, which is pretty nice. But we're not going to take away the credit from NGGZ finally locking in their chicken dinner. They've been a team that's been showing up a lot on our screen even since yesterday. Quite a highlight, and also coming up with a lot of interesting plays as well. And finally, they lock in their own chicken dinner, and this will give them enough points to be in page 1 and to seal page 1, at least for now.
Now, speaking of page 1, well, YG, they fought their way in. They managed to get, I don't think they managed to secure a double digit. It was close enough to a 7 or 8. But it's all about which team will be the next contender between Burmese Gold and YG. We do know GG Esports is the next in line. But for the others, we will be having a new contender coming in the top 5 or not. That's what I'm excited to see after this match up. But when it comes to the data, here we go. Overall, not so good gamers. They got themselves total of 9 points, close enough to that double digit, plus that 10 points of chicken dinner. That's more than enough for them to keep the numbers up in the overall ranking. But Imam, 648 damage.
And only 25 taken. So the ratio there is amazing for him. I mean, surely he will be the MVP with these sort of numbers, right? The least damage taken, the most damage output, the most knocks, the most eliminations. Every stat favors him as an individual player. So without a doubt, we can surely say that MM will be the MVP this round. So yeah. Well, but for the rest, of course, it's a team effort at the end of the day. So everyone contributed towards bringing in the eliminations for the team. But before we head on to that, we'll check out the highlights.
A lot of 8s on top of this chart. Some of them did not have any placement points, but K1J with the 8, but without too much of elimination points. But 90 points for the side of Not So Good Gamers with that chicken dinner. Burmese Gold at second place with 12 points. GG Esports still maintain consistency here. The top 3 with 11 points. K1J 8 points. While MSI Misfit International without any placement points. Another team with 8, but unfortunately second page cloud. A lot of zeros.
Yeah, 3 teams with a 0 this round. Some of them I wouldn't be too worried, like Osja. I mean, overall they gain enough points to retain their page 1 status. So wouldn't be too worried for them. But we'll zoom in onto the overall rankings just to get a confirmation. So Burmese Goals and Yakugatikos, the 2 teams that have broken the 100 point mark. And now the only 2 teams here. We only have 2 teams without chicken dinners on page number 1. Wow. How time flies, right? It almost feels like that it was so fast, but we're already starting to fill in the chicken dinners for all teams on page 1.
But wait, the top 5, the only team without 10 matches right now is Burmese Gold, and they are number 1. Imagine if they finish their run after the 10 matches or 10 maps after this. Now that's going to be a lot of gap in between them and YG. They might actually take the lead for the rest of the week here if they keep this going. But for ATXX, the only team without the points in the 30s right now, they need to catch up the game. But at least good news on the second page, the margins are a bit still small and it's not too far, so it's doable for them to catch up to the top 16.
But the top 4 in this round, of course, NGGZ, Burmese Ghost, Good Game Esports, and K1J. And out of these, Burmese Ghost, they only had a full squad time of 51 seconds. This is the lowest or the shortest full squad time I have ever seen.
But when it comes to MVP, well, he is definitely want you to stare at this glasses through into his eyes. Because it's a man getting the MVP this time with 648 damage. How much of a damage that can cost you 25 damage taken here? A bullet can cost you more. 4 damage, perhaps he's a ninja all the way down there, just not in a wrangle.
Probably like a smack from his teammate. It's like, hey, faster, rotate. Yeah, that's the 25 damage there. But you know
Maybe.
what? If you guys feel like we had a lot of Erangles, okay, don't worry. We're done for the Erangles today. After this, we're going to switch up the map into Miramar, finally. So we'll take a short break, and we'll see you guys in a bit for Miramar.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up your seats because we're heading over to the last map of the day. Out of the 7 map, this is the 7th one. And it's gonna be our last map, Miramar. Now, the whole day has been a lot of wrangle. But today we finally ended up with another 8x8 kilometers map. None other than Miramar.
Yes, and you're counting it right, people. This is game number 7 today. So 7 matches today. It is the final one before we wrap up today. And then tomorrow will be the decider day of who's top 16 to be in the Super Weekend for the first week of the PMCL this season. But without further ado, we're freshening things up by heading on to the map of Miramar.
Into the Sunday Dews we go, as we're gonna wrap things up with this last map here in day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Challenges League 2025 full season. And who do you think will take this chicken dinner away? But to update you guys who's joining in the chat, we will update which rotation of the group will not be in this time. So when it comes to the last map of the day, we won't be having Group D. So whoever's actually in Group D, A, C, D. So Group B will not be playing. So if it's Group B, we won't be seeing Infinity IQKH, Team Max, Good Game Esports, and Kashmir 1 Jivet. Now we talked about this team. It also seems to be some of them heavy, just like Good Game Esports. So unfortunately, Good Game Esports. Let's change the flow and dynamic now, Cloud.
Oh yeah, so Good Game Esports. But also, we have to consider that it's a new map for today at least, right? Yeah, they got to play a few Miramars yesterday, but you also mentioned about the grouping change. So whether they will change their drop spot or whether there will be an early clash or clash in rotations, well, we'll need to see how that one goes. Right now, circle towards the south. If this one pulls all the way to the unnamed area, south of Lost Learners, that will be absolutely perfect.
Oh boy, we're not getting Lost Learners, but South, I'm loving it. I'm loving this. Patuna, at least we do have some visitors around Patuna area. And that's going to be ATX Axe. And they're the only ones actually at the very south. But this is also a good sign for them because they still have plenty of space to migrate into the circle. If the circle pull all the way down south, they don't have to move away. And we will have some glimpses of Patuna finally into the Miramar map here, Cloud.
Yeah, so there's a small chance that the circle will go to Patona. But before we talk about where the circle will go, we're going to talk about Burmese Goals losing Godspeed to Misfit International. That's going to be the first blood given towards Raimund, but it's not over yet. Looks like a Misfit International, they are in the mood for a fight. They get Yatka as the second knock and elimination.
It's going to be Pretzel without any gears right now, not even any throwables at this point, but engaging such aggressive manner just as a start of the match here, giving them some momentum to the side of Burmese Goal. Unfortunately, despite having that number 1 spot, they lost 2 players. This will be devastating start for BG. And will they actually ended up here quite early on?
But honestly, if it was me, I mean, I wouldn't be too worried about Burmese Goals because, well, number 1, 107 points. Who's at number 16? Time to Quick Esports, 37 points. Like, it's a 70-point gap. It's like, yeah, BG can afford like an off round. It's still okay.
Hey, but why not getting extra ka-ching and bling bling? I mean, might as well. If they want to end up at number 1 by end of the first week, why not? But on the side of CTS, we've seen the best version of CTS here today, especially in, well, there's so plenty of wrangled maps, right? But to be precise, map number 4 of today, they actually scored themselves chicken dinner. And that's bringing up their A game entirely. You can see a different version of CTS, slightly more aggressive and more confidence regarding their navigation.
Yeah. That one chicken dinner has brought them in the top 16 now. But are they truly on a clear? Not yet, because there's the competition is still tight down there. And it's not only today. Tomorrow, there's also another day to decide on the top 16. So CTS, one of those teams that also needs to remain consistent as well. Same goes for the other teams like SBD, like ATS as well, like even Time to Quick Esports, who's been like just hovering around the borderline like for like what, since yesterday.
That's kind of true. I noticed some teams seems to be having some issues regarding their adaptation towards this lobby right now. If we want to say it's so aggressive, if we compare with other league stages, it's not as aggressive as they were, but there's no room of mistake at all when it comes to the teams at the very bottom, especially during their navigation, during their migration towards the circle. If so many times that we notice, sometimes it's taken them too long to actually start to make a move, and that cost them dearly when it comes to the entirety of the lineup. They always got caught because the timing was a bit off when it comes to the rotation wise.
Well, at least maybe the switch of the Miramar map might kind of help them, right? Because it's a bigger map, you have more space to rotate. Hopefully they can make the right decisions because it's only one Miramar today, and then the rest of it will be a conversation for tomorrow. But for KHI, they're rotating away from ATS. But one player is left behind the but hey, Claire! Say hello to the end of the bullet of Wham.
Good start, ATS. He's trying to find the rest of the teams here for Wham. That's going to be it. Where are the rest of KHI? We don't see them too much around this area. So when it comes to... they are very scattered. I think they are pretty much like, you know what? We're going to go and pick up all our loot individually. And due to the circle just down south all the way to Los Leones south, it's like we're going to meet up at a rendezvous point or somehow. Because right now that seems to be the case for some teams. Especially even during the start of Wrangle, they are so fan out for certain teams out there.
Yeah. So I guess a little bit more coordination is needed for some of the teams, I guess. Oh. Okay, that was multiple flips. Oh, okay. I was worried that would it flip like a break dancer, but okay. It was almost there though. But it kind of suits a Starboy style, you know. We had a glimpse of his picture there, and it's like, okay, he has this hair, like he got the vibes.
I kind of missed that Joji moment for now. Not gonna lie. I'm hoping Joji is actually gonna do something entertaining for us this time. Is he playing? Yeah, I think he's gonna play. He's in Group E. But the circle just shifted all the way down south again. I think ATXX don't really have to move that early now. Patona is still inside of it, but CTS boom, take it on. Burmese Go players. They're down to last player down there.
Okay, and unknown confirmed out, eliminated by Cool. It almost gives me the impression that Burmese Goals, they just wanna call it a night. Maybe in their area, it's like, hey, you know what? If we end this early, we can still hit the restaurant. It's still open. And maybe that's part of the plan.
I'm gonna have to wait and see. But also, are they chasing the blue? Osjar, they're driving the other way round. Why?
Okay.
What a hot oh my, we thought it's gonna be down south of Los Leones, but it's gonna be Puerto Paraíso all day long. I think the circle just gave up, man. The circle just like, nope.
Hey, as long as it's not inside Los Leones,
I agree.
I'm cool with that.
Totally agree. I totally agree.
If not, we're calling Contra to just come and cast alone. Because he's the only one that loves Los Leones Circle.
He's weird.
Yeah, he is.
But we love him as it is. So it's fine. But back to us, Infamous Xavier Lion. Now, Lion is always going to be the last man standing on the side of Infamous Xaviera. But ambitious. I give it that. Didn't get anything other than that's a lot of bullets flying around.
Okay. More like just stamping their dominance and just telling the opposition like, okay, don't come here because this area is ours. Well, at least that's job done. So they will still retain the compound for themselves. That's okay. We have 3 teams now taking their time. Young Galacticos, they have been playing the late rotation. I noticed that. Like even in the previous rounds, they want to come in a little bit later. Of course, they're at the amount of points that they pretty much can do anything they want. So they want to like try to play from the outside in, or they want to try to play in the middle, or they want to try to test their threshold of tanking the blue. That's okay for Yaku Galacticos. Of course, it would be cool to get a little bit more dough in the league, but this Yaku Galacticos, they just won PMWC, so they have tons of dough.
Speaking of tons of it, Feng. It's always Feng initiating for the fight for J Sport, and he got it right. Water spray on the side of Feng, and he barely got to see that. That was pretty much almost a blind spray at that point. And it's go time for the side of J Esports, but Burmese goes just next to them as well. If they're not being careful, there'll be more than one team that will be part of this. And J Esports top is giving cover fire while Feng and Nung X will actually go in for the push. But they have to be careful. There's also a hybrid just next to them. And Feng, he chipped down a lot of damage. Coming in hot. Try to flush them out. There goes the nade down and double nade on top of none other than Weoff. They are in trouble.
Oh, and Osja gets lucky down on the ground, and YOLO is eliminated as well. It's a quick and swift work there by Osja to pick up those 4 points, and also the position right now. Now that we have the circle, let's see, where will it go? Okay, still pretty much by the edge, but minor amount of water in this circle, so a lot of high grounds for the teams to play with. We'll check on the teams later on, because right now we're going to check on to Loki against Pretzel 1v1.
Here comes Nate prepping up, but it's more quickly on the side of Pretzel. Toss it first towards Loki, down to 40% of HP. But KK coming up for the cover fire. But Range is getting into vehicles, not helping Pretzel instead. Hey, is he leaving? Oh, he's coming in. Oh, the rest of the crew actually pocket towards the next to it. Next is Vanguard. They need to save Joji. Joji's always in trouble. But on the side of cute Loki, he's going back indoors, try to defend his stands. And Loki already prepping up the nade, hoping it will actually drop on the first floor. They got Pretzel. Loki naded down. But Range is coming up from the outside. Loki cannot stand this by himself. The rest of Nexus Vanguard have to give him aid. And Joji, nobody's actually picking him back up yet. And now it's Loki against the rest of MSI. And Raimon finally got him to his knees.
And that's Raimon eliminating Loki. We switch over to Yaku Galacticos now with Smile taking out Hachi. Yaku Galacticos from the outside in. That's going to be the strategy this round. But Dre will punish Smile. Mr. MVP eliminated early this round. The rest of their teammates, I guess they will reset for now. While we check out what's happening here with Nexus Vanguard, Joji will lose his teammates. But here comes Yaku Galacticos as well. 3 teams in this compound.
Raimon. Here comes the spray. Joji finally backed up and tried to save the day. But Superboy and Joji, what can they do with so little barricade there is here? Come on, boy. Yeah, this is going to finish off Joji. Superboy's a bit too far, though. But they are not in the circle. They have to go through YG, despite they're having a small victory here against the rest of Nexus Vanguard. Superboy! What a pick! A small pixel shot somehow gave them so much damage. But the Blue Zone just arrived, and this is the 3rd stage. We do know 4th stage, they will not have enough to live by.
Ooh, yes. 4th is going to be very painful. Superboy still waiting patiently for an exit frag. Romeo gets range on the ground. Not blocking the elimination point just yet. Superboy, this is what he has been waiting for. First attempt did not connect enough. Second attempt, and Moboy is just too far away. And Superboy with that one first aid. It's time for him to go. He is the final player of Nexus Vanguard.
Now, on the side of Nexus Vanguard, what can he do at this point? There's range down there bleeding out. YG is waiting around the corner, just going to gatekeep them as well. Nothing much he can actually go through this. But he can try. At the same time, the circle just shifted away once more, and the circle just shifted to a slightly back to the center. SBD still in there. Not many teams actually getting themselves a good spot, especially the teams on the outskirts. CTS is so far apart amongst each other. There's only 2 of them remaining, and ATXX managed to shove down the last member of Misfit International. Now back to his Guardians of Angels. Goa in action. They take it on ATXX. And they do have this high ground. Coming out from south, there's not many teams available. It's a clear pathway for them to actually just secure. All they need to do is just wait this one out, Cloud.
I'm also looking at the final player of Nexus Vanguard still waiting in the blue. I guess if we were to assess the situation from what we saw before, I don't think he's going to make it. Last we checked, he used his final first aid and he only has bandages, so I don't know about his survivability now. But not the biggest impact for Nexus Vanguard. Their point count is still alright. But for Time to Quick Esports, they need the points in. They're at number 16 right now, and they'll be happy to back this point. 2 points now for Time to Quick Esports, as Cool will move away, and Time to Quick Esports will take point in the circle.
Miracle. TTQ. Still have 14 teams on the 4th stage here. Plenty of teams. But look at the shot coming from Infamous Xaviera. They got themselves those high grounds. They're putting it to work. Top getting on Goa. Capo next. Ryujin getting on CTS. CTS, I just mentioned how far apart they are. Now that's left with only one player here, and he couldn't even reach out at this point. Oh boy, CTS, they got the momentum early on and lost it by the end of the day. But instead of Goa, Osja Esports, at least it's a better version of them. They got themselves 4 eliminations here.
Oh, counter nade on the Gapikal by Fern. That's Gapikal eliminated. And Clay Jr. in an off-angle position. Because of the terrain, not able to get a good clear shot onto Osja. So Osja will reposition themselves. We shoot over to Cool. The moment we do, you blink and you miss a moment, Cool gets eliminated.
We're so scattered right now. I managed to reset on Ryujin. A bit split it into 2-2 formation here. A quick scope coming out from Min. So many angles you got to cover. You look at the minimap. It's so colourful by now.
Oh yeah. With 12 teams, stage 4 coming to stage 5, it's going to be even more interesting soon. The only thing protecting all these teams from seeing each other is just the terrain. But in actual fact, if we flat down the terrain, everyone can clearly see each other. They're just that close. Well, NGGZ, with a chicken dinner here today, looking to gain another one at least. But Circle is going to favor a lot of teams by default in the Circle. So I guess if we were to look at the potential clash point, will be the teams on the left side. And that includes Young Gaticos with KHI in front of them.
KHI. If you look at KHI, you talked about KHI. YG, yes, they've been guarded by Coca-Cola and Jappy. But there's only 2. If it's a fair play there, 2v2. Because one of the players quite far getting into the circle. They're willing to put 2 at the back and just to make sure that, hey, at least you got the position right. But instead of YG, they're willing to take a bit of longer rotation, avoid those conflicts, just going to get into the circle instead. SBD with next contender here. And SBD, they should be good at this map. They love those long shots. But Coca-Cola is Goa instead. Guardians of Angel. And we start having a move on the side of Burmese. Go that last player going. ATS SBD. Well, should be the map they love most with those long range for SBD.
Over ATS, they are still on the outside of the circle. Pretty much they need to fight their way through, but look at the spread of their opponents. SBD with a good spread, so it's not easy for ATS to like try to focus onto one group. You get one knock, potentially there's someone to back up from another angle, so that's why they're playing this very, very cautiously. But we shift over our focus to the south side. KHI, slightly in the middle. But ATS, okay, we're back at them again. Okay, they have another entry point in. Okay. So they can still avoid those fights, but if they overstep, then it could be Young Gaticos. But speaking about them, Young Gaticos with the other two members of ATS. Here comes Dre from the back to provide extra support.
Oh. But wham. Back to YG versus ATS. YG being pushed into a corner. They try to gatekeep, but Romeo, can he actually see from that standpoint? Gray, like you mentioned, try to give the support. But I think he's kind of alert regarding Romeo's position as well. And Cloud have to actually deal with this by himself. It's going to be 2v1. But we're talking about world champions there. It's not impossible.
Oh.
If it's anything, it's them. But YG managed to take on Wham. He's trying to finish off by Say Cloud. It's doable. It's possible. It's winnable. And it's down to 2v2. Romeo and Sayclub, but there's also SBD coming up from 4. Sayclub coming in with those nades flying over their heads. Oh, Romeo, what should you do now?
Oh, wow, he saw that shoulder. You just need to expose a little bit of yourself, and Romeo will take advantage of that. But the fight's not over yet. There's one more, perhaps. Oh, they got it. Ah, they got it. And now Young Gaticos enter into the circle in style, but they may need to cross the road next.
Speaking of the road, it's not going to be inside. Oh, Hybrid XRA. They haven't got themselves any chicken yet. This is the time for them. They got themselves sweet compound and those high grounds too. If it's anything, it should be them, but can they defend?
Well, that's KHI. Defending like, okay, Goa down south. And we have ATSX. And also maybe Young Gaticos. But the bigger clash point, okay, Osja. Okay, because they're playing the gatekeeping role now. They have this high ground. They have the rooftop. So there's a few teams that they need to manage later on. Whereas on the north, it's just between the two. SBD, for the longest time, the circle has been moving away from them. It's time to truly commit to get into the inner side. And now here is the play zone restricted. And the one that will feel the pressure are all the teams on the outside, including ATSX. Here we go, executing their plan against KHI.
Oh, Jappy giving cover fire from the back line from the outside. Mix getting on Peanut. It's an instant. The moment they synchronize, it's so well timed when it comes to KHI. Moving into to flush out the rest of ATX. Axe, here comes Coca-Cola. Got knocked down by Momboy. What a perfect time. And KHI Jappy as well. A bit later for the nade to explode, but perfectly well timed coming out from KHI. But unfortunately, it's not enough. But YG coming in and say Cloud and Romeo. It's not done yet for ATX. They have to deal with YG at the same time. YG, they thought it can be third party in, but it is a bit early for the timing. ATX Axpina got finished off without any points, but the blue zone is here, Cloud. There's nowhere for them. We have even Goa want to join in. Everybody want to fight in the blue zone now.
But it's stage 6. If you fight the blue zone, well, you probably won't last long. The Young Radicals out. 5 eliminations, no place on points this time. But they're very, very okay. Now, it's a matter of whether BG can actually catch Young Radicals. But BG, one player is still in it. So there's a chance that Burmese Goals can retake the number 1.
That's kind of true. It's open up. But the thing is, all they need to do is just hang on. Don't have elimination. It's going to be fine, but will be enough. They need to just last a bit more longer. Ella tapping it out to a side of Extreme with that only one buggy to cover. At least he got himself some reset. But how much longer? The blue zone hitting them very soon as well. It's less than 40 seconds on the clock. Stage 7 gonna hit. They can afford to even have 1 second in the blue zone right now. Goa Ella still want to go and commit towards ATXX, or do they push forward? But if they want to push forward, also Esports waiting on the bay, waiting to shut them down. But SBD, like we mentioned, they love those long fights. Wrong getting on extreme across the other side all the way. SBD, they're playing smart.
Well, let's see how smart will they manage the next circle as it shifts now. Okay. Goes up to the high ground. Interesting. All right. So all these teams that are by the rim of the circle, this is the time to fight. Okay, Ichi is the final player of Burmese Goals right now. Yaku Gadicos, they'll be looking with anticipation what happens with Ichi here. And if Ichi gets eliminated, Yaku Gadicos will confirm be at number 1 by the end of this round. It's only him left right now, and it's really challenging. He needs to not only manage time to quick esports, but also NGGZ on the left.
It's all about what to deal with at that time. It's hard to predict who will actually move first. You cannot control any of your opponent's mind and thoughts. But for Ella, he got shot down from afar. That's going to be Australia Esport Feng again. Now taking on, that's a clean execution. What a beautiful spray by Feng. Now coming up from the side of SBD, they try to take advantage from the long shots once more, but that's going to be Rax finish off by Wrong again. Now SBD, can they score the chicken this time?
Well, SBD, they could use that chicken dinner though, since they are not too far away from outside the top 16. And now here comes Lion getting Amin. The moment they crash in, there's the northern fight here. And Amin will be eliminated by the UMP. And more fights are expected to happen. Michi involved with the fight against Osja. Top will get him. Lion gets gunned down. Capo down on his knees thanks to the nade by Forsaken as well. And looks like Forsaken is in trouble too. Only 1 player left. I say he's going to be the man with the mission to try to get into the circle, but he's taking damage as well.
Is it I say yes or I say no? It depends on his situation. Forsaken will not be abandoned this time, but oh boy, feels like it's gonna be I say no this time. And here comes another Molly, but they didn't get Bobby cute. They make it out in the last minute. TTQ. It's there, but Forsaken again once more on his knees, but another nick coming from TTQ. Oh boy, no room. And Bunny finish it off. And it's going to be I say no with Hash getting another point as well for the side of Hybrid XRA. It's back to at CTQ against Hybrid now. We're down to only 5 teams left.
And top 5 right now with stage number 8. Still a lot of teams not having the circle. And he's wrong with the name. But then again, Osja, they move themselves. Burn taking damage as well. Somebody shooting him from the side perhaps. And SBD, they're looking to gain as many points as possible in this situation up against Osja. Osja, they fire back. Nung X knows where his targets is at, but they also need to focus on to get into the circle. 8 more seconds and the blue will close, and Wrong is very near to the blue.
Wrong seems to be in the right position if they can actually push forward. They've been doing the right thing for Wrong today, especially in this map. Now they need to push, that's it. But which way to go? It's quite compact on the right side. Left side seems to be quite vacant. All they need to do is just slightly flunk towards the left side. It's going to be a-okay. They don't have the view like we do. But for TTQ, it's going to be a Hybrid XRA. And Hybrid, they got a quite solid compound for now. And still sort of inside of a circle now. But we don't see not so good gamers taking any actions yet.
Because they're waiting for the other teams to execute their plan. They come in as third party perhaps, and support from afar gets 1. Only 9 eliminations now for Osja. As Osja looking for their 10th. They're still fending off all these teams. They're very close to each other. Zuki will be taken out by Hash. And Hash looking for more, but gets counterfired back by Bunny. TTQ. They need all the points they can get.
Gus going around the corner. Got found it up. I think they can see the barrel just now. What? a shot coming up from Region, and Hash just now finish off the rest of TTQ alongside with Capo S12K. They ended up their deal with down to 4. Soiree Esports still having a full squad. Not so good. Game is down to 3. Hybrid XRA with a 2, SBD down still with a 3 player, and they're still going it up, trying to keep LJ Esport at bay. LJ Esport is quite in a turmoil right now. Two-way ham down and sandwich between these two teams.
Oh man, just look at the minimap. Everybody's just so close, like the whole minimap within the circle or within the safe area is so full. SBD tries to lock in those elimination points by taking out Osha, but Nangas fires back. Now Wrong is to get away his teammate Milo, but Wrong gets gunned as well. Top last attempt by him before he goes down to the blue. And here comes Hash from afar. Now it's time. The final moment here involving 3 teams for the chicken dinner. Make that form with Osha still in.
Oh, SBD unfortunately, but at least they got himself quite a good round this time, and we have it finally. They are getting it for Hybrid XRA. Get to score their chicken dinner for the first time in this season. Many times they are close enough, but this time they secure it well. I have to give it high chance it's gonna be, who do you think the MVP this time is gonna be?
Oh man, because the final moment actually went really fast. It's so hard to tell, right? Like it's like you see like, okay, 4 teams or 5 teams, and then all of a sudden it's like bang, bang, boom, boom. And then, oh, chicken dinner. Okay, all right. I'm sure they'll take that one. And they are also in the position that they wouldn't mind a good amount of points as well, just to try to give them a better chance of being in the top 16 to be in Super Weekend. So it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell this one. This one, it's hard because how it just erupts at the end.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, down to the very last wire just now, we couldn't tell we actually closed the game this last map of the day because it was so close. And still plenty of team down to even stage number 9, Cloud. We have 3 teams with at least 3 players in the lineup. And I have to say, like, Hybrid XRA, we've seen them going up and down when it comes to their performance overall. But personally, I feel like it's between Hash and Capo that I always see they working out as a duo. But when it comes to damage-wise, you have to give it to Capo. Ryujin and Min, it's more to it, depending on the situation, what things going on. Ryujin always taking that upfront line to make sure they can actually get a good leeway to get into a certain compound. But Hash and Capo, I think this is a duo that have so much potential that can actually make Hybrid XRA go even further here.
Yeah, we always refer to the stats, right, when awarding the MVP here. So we will look at it. Capo and Ryujin, same amount of eliminations, but Capo has more damage output. So I'm pretty sure that the stats will favor Capo as the MVP later on. It's quite easy to see as long as we have this on screen here. But 6 eliminations for them, and that's going to be 16 points collected. But let's check out the final highlights for today.
There you have it, the highlights. Finally, we get a new name for our closing of day number 2. Last map, Murama just now. with 10 eliminations and balancing out their placement points with that chicken dinner just now, 20 points in total. But also Esports, despite they're losing a lot of Pachinki fights in the Wrangle earlier on today, but still secures 11 eliminations in Mirama with 17 points. SBD and TTQ with the 9 for third and fourth place. But when it comes to the team without any points, there's only one this time.
Yep, only one. We off, unfortunately, not able to gain any points at all. But other highlight teams, Yahoo Categos 5, Nexus Vanguard 2, Burmese Goals 1. But overall today, Burmese Goals have been doing very well. I'm sure they can afford like an off round here. And after tabulating all the scores, Yahoo Categos is still number 1, but Burmese Goals is behind by 1 point. And they have one game in hand.
Yeah, if they got the tiebreaker is going to winning over to Burmese Goal because they do have better placement points than YG because both having the same amount of chicken. And surprisingly, Misfit International, we can see a bit of a roller coaster ride. The teams on the first page, but on the second bracket here with 2 chicken dinners. There's still some teams that with 1 chicken dinner here, including We Off, CTS, and KHI, who landed themselves in the page 2 section.
Yeah, the fight for the top 16 is still close. In fact, I would say ATSX still has a chance to be in the top 16. Of course, here are our top 4 teams in this round. So we have Hybrid, XRA, we have Austria Esports, we have SBD, and Title Quick Esports. And it's also nice to see Title Quick Esports starting to show some light here today. Hopefully they can maintain at least this sort of momentum to tomorrow.
Yes, I agree. TTQ and SBD, I'm loving these 2 teams actually finally show their best version so far, but unfortunately it happens in Mirama, which we don't have that a lot these days. Do we have to wait only Mirama for them to actually finally bring the game up? But on the side of Hybrid XRA, we do have Capo for our MVP when it comes to damage taken, and this is logical now, okay? Not 27, not 17, but 190.
Yeah, it's a standard number, right? Other than that, also 4 eliminations, 370 damage, pretty standard number as well. But we have not seen like an MVP that is like explosive MVP, like 10 eliminations level sort of MVP yet from anyone. So yeah, it's still up for grabs.
Hey, they're saving the best for later, okay? They still need to reserve energy because tomorrow is going to be another 7 maps. Now, during the Super Weekend, I think that's where things are going to happen explosively for us to watch. But before that, we have to thank none other than our sponsor, Tecno, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G as the official gaming phone for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League this time. And it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth, competitive gameplay. And it's 6.67 inch with a 1.5K AMOLED display, and also with a 144Hz refresh rate. Will pull you into world so smooth you never want to look away. And also when it comes to its battery, it will last long enough, more than enough, with 6000 mAh, 70 watt ultra charge, and 30 watt wireless charging. You cannot get better than that. And this isn't just a phone, this is the POVA 7 series. It will change, be, and the present future for all of you guys out there, especially you want to be the best in PUBG Mobile.
Yes, make sure you try out this phone together with the latest update of PUBG Mobile 4.0. The best of both worlds, software and hardware joined together. You get the best PUBG Mobile experience that you can get, ladies and gentlemen. But what a day it has been, right? Man,
Yeah,
that
but not
our
Tupperware, though.
phones
Sorry.
are probably running out of battery now.
Okay, we'll cover this one for you, Vinny. Don't forget for you guys to actually upgrade yourself. Super smooth graphic available right now because update your PUBG Mobile to version 4.0. No more problems, no more issues, no more dilly-dally and excuses because it has less CPU usage, less GPU usage, less power consumption. And to combine this, a combo with POVA 7 series, oh, you're going to be godlike.
Well, you're going to be, well, not really godlike because this is the spooky Soiree that comes together with the PUBG Mobile version 4.0, and more surprises are going to drop within this month and also October, which is the Halloween month. So make sure you stay tuned for more spooky fun and how that cat that has like this Casper-like outfit will look like in the game. I can't wait for that one. That is the one that I really want to see how it looks like later on.
Well, one more thing you don't want to look, especially like me, is what I want to look all day long. It's gonna be the collaboration with G-Dragon. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Okay, don't forget, it's my game, my rule, and my survival. The launch date of PUBG Battlegrounds, PUBG Mobile, and a G-Dragon. It's gonna be a PC September 10th, console September 18th, and the mobile version at September 19. It's a wrap for today, Cloud. You wrap things up.
Yes, and thank you so much for watching. But still, we will need to find out who's our top 16. Not today, but it will be tomorrow. Same time, same channel. It will be 7 maps as well tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you stay tuned with us to wrap up the first group stage of the PMCL this season. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing, wonderful Choo. We'll be back again at the desk with you tomorrow. So come back by then. For now, good night.